we go. That was weird. Alright, everyone, it's I, Sure Jazz about today, we're finally gonna be able to continue to right where we left off in Trails of Cold Steel 2. So what happened last time? Oh right, well, to explain it, what happened last time is simply this. We first made it to the Nord Highlands, only for us to quickly discover that something is very wrong, or was very wrong. That being that, the Imperial Liberation Front, more specifically the Norcia Provincial Army, has set up, a huge stronghold within, the Nord Highlands. And they were using it for all sorts of nefarious stuff, and just for, not so great, just for not so great things in general, let's just say that much. Like, they were trying to take over the North Highlands, they were, blocking out everyone's communications. Yeah, lots of not great stuff was going on there. So, what did we do? We, of course, came up with a plan to, overthrow their rule and shut down the jammer once and for all. And thus, we stormed the tower, only to meet Phantom Thief Blue Blanc of Ouroboros, and there's gonna be lots of explanations on Ouroboros today. Let's just say that much. And Altina Orion, the Noble Alliance's new robot puppet. And, yeah, it was a pretty hard battle, but we did manage to beat them. After, you know, an uphill struggle, let's just say, like, ooh-wee, they were an absolute pain to, defeat. Just absolute nightmare. Like, well, not the worst thing in the world, but still.
With pleasure.
It's my turn. Let's move.
And, yeah. And we also learned that apparently, Sharon, sweet old Sharon, is part of Ouroboros. Which, I have a lot to think about that. Like, you know, knowing that there is some Ouroboros who are allied with us and some who are not is really confusing. Ouroboros in general is really confusing. Like, I don't get their deal half the time. Like, I do have a theory, which I'm gonna talk about later, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, after that, we finally went home to the to Ymir with Gaius in tow, and then we went to Legram, where we found both the witch, who, by the way, is part of a kind of half secret society, half very powerful noble family known as the Hexen clan, who's this really old noble family of witches who is like really powerful and has a lot of influence over Erebonian politics. And yeah, that's of course Emma Milstein. And we also met Laura Arce, the Countess with the big meaty sword. So she's back too, which hell yeah! And now we've arrived here to rescue Jusis Alberea. So yeah. Let's get to this. Let's actually do this here. Also, I'm so sorry for having to try 3 times to get the stream started. My PC was being really odd earlier. Like, it was like this this old PC sometimes just doesn't start stream for whatever reason. Like, I'll boot up stream and then it will not even give the signal to start it until like 30 seconds after. Yeah, this PC's really old and really weird. What more can I say? And this is an issue with my GPU coder. That's why it does that. And unfortunately, I cannot fix it, as it would require, that would require replacing my graphics card altogether. And I don't have the fucking money to do that. I've always loved Bray Hart's music, by the way. Oh, there they are. Why does father have to be so hard-headed? The least he could do is actually consider things from my perspective. Please be safe, Emily. Lisa, you're here! Reese? What are you doing here? Is Elisa with you? She's not Berehard right now, but I can tell you she's unarmed. Thank God you're okay. Elisa was worried about you. We'll have to tell about this as soon as we return to Ymir. That's right, they're pretty hectic at the time, so... I have no idea what happened to Emily and Paris, unfortunately. I'm sure it must have been a relief to come home at least. I can't imagine how worried your family must have been. But you can say that. The war is as good as one in the eyes of most nobles. My family's no exception. You didn't have to tell us your family's a noble family. You know, like, we could kinda tell from the white uniform. Past much is to be expected from those Berehard. It is well known that the noble alliance is currently dominating. Farah keeps trying to appease me by taking me fancy restaurants and the like, but the fact he doesn't understand how I feel makes it even painful to talk to him. That's why I ended up excusing myself from most events. Childish of me, ain't it? No. It's not. We understand perfectly how you feel. I was the same back then, when I had no idea what was going on with everyone else. You wouldn't have any information on Jusis, would you? Yeah, what class 7 students we're gonna encounter here are all gonna be nobles. In fact, I'm pretty sure you have to be a noble to live in Berehard, period. Like, Berehard's one of those cities where it's like, you don't like nobles and you don't like politics, this city is not right for you. I know he's back in Berehard, but you probably don't know that much. You probably don't know that much already. Sorry for not being able to help. Oh, no need to feel guilty. If you go back to the restaurant after all, I might be able to get some information through my father's connections. Sorry for making you go out of your way. We appreciate it, though. Just try not to expect much. Aha! Aw. Hell yeah! Of course, that was our tip for the beginning. Done, we'd like for you not to be so hard on yourself. I need a new desktop. Well, he's running things just fine, but now it's having trouble starting streams sometimes. It's just like... this desktop is just... its health is in a free fall recently. I'm getting a little scared. I bet disappointed that you're only realizing that now. Anyway, we should continue searching for clues elsewhere. Right! Alright, Esmeralda.
Hmm?
Something wrong, Sharon?
Oh no, not at all.
I get a little alarmed when members of Ouroboros start picking stuff up. Because here's the thing. Ouroboros forces are kinda similar to Hexaclan nobles and to Septon church members. They kinda have this weird sixth sense where they could sense things, especially the higher elements. Guess I should head back now. Oh! Is that you, Colette? Reen! Oh, Emma Laura, I didn't even realize you were in Berehard. We arrived not too long ago, actually. Please see you're doing well. Mind if I ask why you're dressed like that? I heard you escaped, but... wasn't planning on it, but got caught up in the moment. I decided to take up a part-time job once we got here. I don't know, like, I think they just start taking pity on you because you're a commoner, but I don't know. Well, as long as you're alright. Might as well ask now that we have found you too. Know anything about Shadow the Hedgehog? Rumors? I see. Shit. So either he's turned full Noble Alliance and has gone completely rogue and has turned on us, or he, or they have him locked up in the palace, so... Wait up. What the fuck?! Sen still feels weird about all this. The why he can't for his region is not out of character for him. You know, he's kind of in a tough situation though, like, you know, things are really bad right now. You know, Arabonia has fallen. It is now in a state of civil war. And until it, you know, rises again and rebuilds, he has to be really careful about, you know, making sure that everything is safe. Whoa. Jusis should be in there right now, but it's far too dangerous to approach there. There is Imperial Liberation Front standing right outside. I can see Provincial Army warriors right outside the gates. No thanks! Remember our field siren, the Provincial Army guardhouse there, so yeah. Let's get out of here before they catch us. Once again, not apologizing for Celine's Brooklyn accent. It is very fitting of that cat. We've established that it's back home, but beyond that, nothing. It's not going to be easy to contact some of one of the four grey houses. Especially since the Alliance commanders consider us wanted criminals. We're only to be arrested by the Provincial Army regardless of how we enter this. If there's something we could do, there's the hassle we could really do without. I wish I had some more ab, but I'm just lost as the rest of you. Huh? Oh! Can I speak to you all for a moment? Oh, I recognize you. Oh, you're the kids that were, reading a book on that bench! Do you want something from us? Well, we got a message for you from someone. For us? I think it was about to say Jusis! Ding 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 ding! Alright. No, I think we already know who it is. Hi, all Jusis' classmates! Somebody's you all came! It seems we were right after all, and I'm giving them all posh voices. Because it's fate for Brayhard. Who was right? Is it safe to assume that you've been left with the message too? That's right. Not permitted to say from whom, unfortunately. We got the man who is from. Would you kindly head to the airport? Did they actually design the airport? Like, is it, like, properly designed and furnished? Because I know in the last game, they cut it out altogether because... like, there's just so much complex machinery to the airports to the point where it's just very hard for them to, Oh no, it's open. That mansion on the corner must be really bad when they, ooh. Sorry, Holy... Wow, Brayhard's airport is as nice as I pictured it being. First time visiting as well. I suppose that must be an airliner? Sorry, somebody was pinging me about... somebody's migrating their VR chat account in Cookie is. Because of, some more legal stuff. Yeah, he hasn't been having a too good time with the law, let's just say that much. Dude got arrested for, like, and was, like, in jail for, a good part of the year. Not gonna say what for, but, you know. I've been more than a few times. Really quiet, though. I've been waiting for you. Who might you be? I was here to deliver a message. You see the airship right there? They want us to go up inside that Zeppelin. Also, here's the thing. I really like the design of this. Like, honestly, I think the big fins on the back are part of the anti-gravity system, like, as well as those big, mechanical things on the bottom. Probably what generate, like, waves to, like, move it forward or something. And those engines are pretty obvious for what they are, lift engines. Though I don't know, since it's using Tesla drive, it does an anti-gravity field to keep itself in air. I don't know why it would need that. Except to, like, assist certain functions, I guess. I don't know. Indeed, although I naturally couldn't hope to compare the size of the courageous in terms of size. We're instructed to go to the third floor lounge. But please stay on guard. There's no telling who this is. And by the way, all the airliners are controlled directly by the Imperial government, as you can tell. Look at the UE coat of arms right there. Little reception. Whoops. Real quick save before... Who's contacting me now?
You certainly took your time.
No way! I know that voice. Which, by the way, fun fact about Jusis Alberea. His voice actor, Benjamin, is actually the same guy who plays Skeletor. Or did back in the 80s. Yeah, I know. Really shocking. So we got both Dante and Skeletor in this game. Alright.
I suspected it was you.
I love Jusis. Jusis is an edgelord.
How long did you
But I
intend
love
to make
him.
me wait? I have wondered whether you would even bother to show up.
I think that's partly your fault for making us go through all that trouble to get to you.
There are eyes everywhere in this city. It would have drawn too much attention for you to come here directly. That was just my way of looking out for you. Perhaps you could try thanking me.
You know, he does have a good point. I mean, my god, this is one of the ILF's main cities? Like, Supreme Colonel Scarlet is here, Duke Alvarea is here.
Okay, my turn! Aw, why'd you move?
Because you were trying to hug me, obviously.
Oh, come on.
Jusis is not a hugger. Never hug Jusis.
At least you're well. That's what matters.
Yeah,
It
he,
really is great to see you again, Jusis.
Oh yeah, and also I want to talk a bit about okay,
same to you.
we'll talk about
I'm
this.
impressed you were able to overcome the many ordeals you've no doubt faced to make it this far. But should I be surprised, I wonder? I've always had high expectations of you.
I doubt I would have been able to come this far if not for everyone's help, though. Still, thanks, Jusis.
This means that and I couldn't be more overwhelmed with joy.
Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous part of making this happen. Thank you, Sharon.
I haven't the foggiest idea
Yeah,
what Sharon
Sharon.
is doing here, but I suppose it doesn't matter right now.
Sharon's... It's
Jusis?
weird. Sharon's kind of weird. Let's just say that much.
I've been kept abreast of your activities through the Noble Alliance's information network. So I'm well aware you've been fighting their forces across the land using that ash-colored knight of yours.
Damn right. I am doing a systems check on this crappy laptop real quick. Then we'll get to what I wanted to talk about. So, what I wanted to get out of my chest for a little while now. So, so I have two new ideas, or rather two big announcements that I've been working on. Number one, I might start Trails in the Sky sooner than later. It turns out, the only way to play the game, you know, at an acceptable... Who's pinging me? Sorry, but yeah, Trails in the Sky is maybe happening way sooner than you think, because turns out the only way that I can really play the game now is through PC. My PS2 just doesn't work. Like, it's not like my PC where it has trouble starting streams sometimes bad, but it is, but the, pens, or rather the RGB composite connector has always been really bad. Like, so what happened is the original owners damaged it a real long time ago. And ever since then, they just basically, that's the original reason they sold off, was because the, pens were damaged on the, motherboard. So they just decide, you know what? It's better just to give it over to more capable hands, or rather to give it to somebody else who can take it off their hands, rather than you know, continue to have it. So I might just play a PC port and like use some compatibility modes or something, like try different administrator and compatibility modes to get around the DirectX version issues. Because it's very sensitive to what DirectX versions use because it's an older game, so I don't know. Also, I'm gonna be doing a little something starting next Wednesday called Weird Game Wednesdays, where I just check out weird, obscure games from, you know, around the world, around, you know, whatever. And, you know, just see what exactly they're all about and all that jazz.
As well as the fact that you've chosen not to ally yourselves with the Imperial Army, but instead fight as a third faction.
Oh, has word of Valimar been getting around that much?
That said, I didn't arrange for us to meet like this just to see one another again. I did so that I could make the difference between our respective positions crystal.
What do you mean? I see. You have no intention of coming with us, do you?
You're not supporting the Imperial Liberation Front openly, are you, Jusis? Because that's what it sounds like.
What?
Huh?
You surely saw this coming. I'm the son of one of the most influential figures in the Noble Alliance.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it sounds like he's actually supporting them. Yeah.
And as I imagine you're already aware, I've been assisting him and his provincial army in fighting this war.
Well, we know.
Is this what you believe to be your duty?
Meanwhile, my brother is acting as the Alliance Force's Chief of Staff. And as for my father...
Yep. Yeah, he is. Needless to say, not surprised because of his rank, but...
Ymir, which is not only your home.
Like, I'm not surprised at all, but, you know... I wish I could say I was surprised. That would be a lie.
But the home of all the kind-hearted people who welcomed me with open arms earlier in the year. I can only apologize. If I'd returned home earlier, then perhaps... No. I don't even have the right to do that much. Yet with that in mind, it should be clear that we can't go back to the way things were. The gulf between us is simply too vast to be filled. Our paths have parted. That is reality.
This can't be the only way.
It doesn't have to be like...
I will guarantee you safe passage out of the city.
God damn.
If you deem it necessary, I can even... However, once you're out...
Jusis.
God damn, man. This is giving me so much feels.
I can
Damn,
understand
this is
why
tragic.
You, as an Alberea, feel as though certain things are inherently expected of you. Actually, I should probably tell you that Dad woke up the other day. All that's left is for him to get his stamina back now. He'll make a full recovery.
That's good news.
Yeah. Yeah, big collective sigh of relief came from Town Hall as soon as his eyes opened.
I would have liked to pay him a visit myself. But with circumstances as they are...
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I don't want that to be your reason for what you're doing.
But yeah, Ymir is so back!
Pardon?
What I want to know is what you want to do, and the path you want to take. If you want to help your family because you agree with the ideals of the Noble Alliance, I won't stop you. But if that's not what you want to do, if you're only helping because you feel like you have to for whatever reason, if you're doing it because you feel responsible for what happened to my dad, which, by the way, you aren't, or if you're doing it because as much as you want to come with us, you feel like you don't have the right to, then you're nothing more than a coward who's running away. And I don't believe that's how a real Erebonian noble should act. They should do what they believe is right, and do it with pride. If Dad was here,
Damn right!
I'd say the same thing.
You can't always just run away from your problems.
Yeah, this isn't like you at all.
We're only students, still learning more about the world around us. Alone, we don't have the experience or knowledge to go around proposing solutions to the conflicts in this country, not to the war going on around us, nor to the class divides that started it. But that's alone, and that's why I think we all need to come together as a class again. We're all inexperienced, but we all come from different backgrounds and social standings, and we each have unique experiences to share. It's only by pulling those together that we can overcome whatever life throws at us. It's worked for us during every one of our field studies. Why wouldn't it work now?
He's right, Jusis.
Yep.
Indeed. Reen had to remind me of that too, you know.
It's always nerve-wracking for those of us who have to watch you pull crazy stunts all the time, I hope you know.
It certainly is.
I see my suspicions were dead on. No matter the circumstances, you've always been the one to blow away my hesitations.
Then you'll come with us?
Still, no matter what you say, I am an Alborea, and as such I have duties and If you are determined not... then we will have to settle this with a duel, just as you...
Oh, boy.
A duel?
Follow me, Reen. Our destination is there. We shall settle this.
Well, if that's how it must be settled, then
Well, I'd only intended to gather information on the I've no duty to report anything I see to Duke Alborea, but I suppose there isn't any harm in watching how things unfold.
Oh yeah,
Do what
those
you
two.
want. I don't care.
We're gonna talk to them we're gonna talk more about them later. They're Ouroboros. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll just go kill time in town or something.
Oh no, not this time. You're coming with me and that's that. I'm here to support you, not babysit you. You're the one with a number, not me. Try acting like it.
Fine, fine. What a pain.
And you're about to see why I'm keeping things so hush-hush on the guy, later when he starts using his abilities. He's also, but I will say he is the strongest enforcer in Ouroboros. That's all the spoilers you're getting for right now.
There's a familiar face among them, so this might not be a...
Speaking of which, there's a lot of things I need to talk about with Ouroboros. Are they seriously having us race?
Isn't this Angelica's...
I thought she entrusted it to you after she withdrew, Reen.
What in the world is it doing here?
I made use of my family's influence to have it brought here from the... Since then, it's been left in the hands of a skilled mechanic, so it's been well made. You will be riding that for our duel.
You mean our duel will be a race between...
Partially. The finish line will be the plateau where we fought that. Once there, we shall begin a sword fight to Whoever arrives first will therefore have the...
Okay, I understand.
Please tell me this is
So
pre-scripted.
you're not backing...
Correct. In the unlikely event that you but know this. I've absolutely... That bike of yours may have the advantage in terms... Do not expect this to be in...
Oh, I won't. I'll be coming at you with...
They're way too fire.
Well,
Right, we'll go in that, rest assured.
That works for me.
Very well. Let's...
Here we go.
Leave him in the
I won't let you down.
Alright.
I'm ready.
As
Vehicle
am I.
controls in the Keys
demonstrate
K
to me the
games are
strength of
kinda
your resolve.
ass, so I'm a little bit scared.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Good luck, you two.
Like, I do think that...
Oh, he's here! Come on, Lammy, let's go after him!
You stay where you are.
take a left here.
Use this path here. Everyone's really into this.
God damn it! I won! Yeah, as I said, these games are not made for racing! The way these maps are laid out, racing just doesn't work at all.
Your performance was admirable, I'll admit.
Yeah, racing just doesn't really work for these maps,
The advantage
unfortunately.
is mine, Jusis.
Like the way they,
Let's settle this
like
once and
the way they're designed, they're too tight. They're just like, yeah, it's just.
No matter. A handicap like this will hardly pose a problem. Come at me.
Let's do this! Come. Here I go.
All right.
What?
Now's our chance. Don't let it pass.
Gather on my blade.
Here we go. Haija! Ultimate! Strike!
I'm just get. Be gone.
Let's move.
This isn't.
Okay, it's safe for now.
That took no time at all. That's it. That's the boss fight?
Looks like I win this one.
One underwhelming boss fight.
I should have expected no less. It's hard to believe how much your swordsmanship has improved in such a short period of time.
Don't sell yourself short, Jusis. If I'd held back even a little, I'd be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Your skills really shone through, both in the race and our duel.
I can't pretend to have held back either. The victory is well and truly yours, Reen.
Reen! Jusis!
Are you both alright?
We're good.
Oh,
That duel only lasted about 10
Jesus.
seconds.
Well, who won?
The verdict should be plainly obvious.
yeah.
It was,
I managed to sneak through. It was
literally...
pretty close, though.
It was actually very one-sided, but...
Was it?
Does that mean you'll come back with us?
I fought with all my might. I performed to the very best of my abilities, holding nothing back. And even then, I couldn't compare to your strength and resolve. With that, I have no more reservations. The path I should take is the same as yours.
About time. We're happy to have you with us, of course. We'll find the answers we seek together. And together, we'll bring Crow back too.
You can count on me. Starting today, I am a member of Class 7 once again. I'll show my father and brother just how I...
Ah, the sight of budding male camaraderie. I feel embarrassed just watching you two.
There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. This is just part of how we are as a class.
There are some things you learn only by directly confronting those you care about.
Yeah.
I know this much from experience.
Congratulations on reuniting. I suppose now is the best time to start thinking about what to do next.
I wouldn't celebrate your paltry victory just yet.
Finally, we get to,
Who was that?
Up there.
Finally, I get to explain who the hell these two are. That's
Who are they?
Duvali. She's one of the Stahlritter from Ouroboros.
One of them is wearing armor.
Oh dear.
That's Enforcer number 1, right next to her. Or MacBurn. What the hell was the animation?
Good day to you, ladies. I'm afraid I've come to thoroughly...
She knows us?
Just who are you?
Well, but it wouldn't hurt to introduce...
Again, Duvali of Ouroboros. She's a psycho clown girl.
I'm the head knight of the Stahlritter, an esteemed, and it is by her order that...
You're with Ouroboros?
So the Steel Maiden sent you, did she?
She did.
Looks like our luck just...
Might I ask if the Stahlritter... The name is eerily...
It is.
You're the Arseid, aren't you?
Let's just say, so what happened is that, the Steel Maiden, she used to be the head of the Eisenritter, but she got corrupted. She got brought back to life, then Ouroboros did some weird experiments on her and corrupted her, brainwashed her into being, one of their puppets. Because here's the thing. The whole reason she was brought back to life was because she was piloting Divine Knight. And Divine Knights have the ability to make you essentially immortal and regenerate your body fully. if you're synchronized enough to them. Draco, Risa, or never got synchronized enough to Valimar to have this happen to him. But Crow, I know I'm spoiling a large chunk of the later games here, but Crow does actually get synced up enough to the point where his sync ratio is so high that he does actually become immortal with Ordine. And it's just gotten super duper high through naturally serving as the Supreme Colonel of the Lamare Provincial Army for so long.
Are you curious? I'll bet you are. Well, I'm not going to...
Pardon?
Your curiosity is going to build and build. Sucks to be you.
And like all other members of Ouroboros, she's now Control Edgelord who has no control over emotions. Which I'm going to talk about later in my big theory about Ouroboros, my big kicker theory that I've been having building for like a couple months now. Just observing them, just watching how they act, just watching how the terminology they use, and just going, you know, these guys seem a little different than your normal secret society. Like, you know... But yeah, it's gonna be pretty big. So big that I had to write it down on my laptop just so I could remember all of it.
Is she really with Ouroboros?
Yeah?
I'm not quite that curious. I wouldn't want to pressure you into discussing something you aren't comfortable sharing.
Hold on a minute. There's no point in...
She doesn't act like it, but there's no doubting she's a...
Indeed, she may not, although the power of the man beside her is...
I've already...
That's McBurn!
It's only proper for you to do... Ugh! Why are you still up there? Get down here right this instant!
What do you need me for? You can handle them just fine yourself.
Oh, for goodness sake! You're supposed to be number one! Would it kill you to even put the tiniest bit of effort into your job?
Look, I don't like Ouroboros, but, you know, I agree with her. Please. Actually put effort into your job. I mean, come on. Just watching you just stare down at us like that is just not fun at all now, is it?
Number one?
And he's an enforcer just like Sharon and Phantom Thief B.
Indeed. I happen to be number 9. An enforcer's number is not in any way, but by coincidence, his may actually be so.
It is the strongest.
Never tried fighting steel to see which one of us gets the top spot, though. That race before was kind of fun to watch, so let's see what you got.
So, to explain who McBurn is. He is an enforcer of Ouroboros, the strongest enforcer.
Some call me the Almighty Conflagration.
And basically what's up with him is he was injected with even more of the ogre virus stuff than Reed was. Like, he is so heavily genetically spliced to the point where he's barely human anymore. And in terms of personality, he's batshit out of this world bonkers. Like, he will just straight brutally massacre entire villages for fun, which that's pretty par for the course of Ouroboros, but his behavior's even unhinged and erratic even for Ouroboros standards.
And talk is cheap, so let's...
the power radiating from him.
What are those flames?
Oh, my swift and
I've gone to the... Do me a...
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
Give them everything you've got.
Of course!
Don't die too easy on me now.
now, draw your weapons.
May I? Here I go!
Alright. So, first up,
This won't take long. Shadows, outcast. If you would.
Understood.
get Diwali weakened up a bit here.
Let's move. Gather on my blade.
Ultimate strike?
May I? Witness the severing chains. I'm afraid your fate is now sealed. Fall into death's embrace.
My turn.
Alright, here we go. Notice how we're focusing all fire on, Diwali. That's because Diwali we can actually beat.
Leave this to me.
The other dude, we cannot beat yet.
How?
Very well.
Let's move. There. Ha!
How none.
This is impossible.
Yeah, see, that's what triggers his big insta-kill attack. And what triggers the scripted death sequences being her. Yeah, her defeat is, yep. Yeah, the battle is heavily scripted. Very heavily scripted.
This can't be happening.
How can they be so strong?
Simple. They used highly unethical technologies and injected themselves with tons of highly dangerous viruses.
I've never fought anyone so strong in my life. Not by a long shot.
To the point where he's more mutant demon DNA than he is human.
I didn't expect we would have a chance against him head-on.
We were able to knock that knight down at least.
And you know,
Ugh. Can't believe I lost to mere students.
and to be honest, it's not only the fact that they embrace such taboo and unethical technologies as genetic augmentation that drive people insane, and a whole bunch of other screwed up stuff but also how a lot of them just overtly strive to just maximize collateral damage. That just makes Ouroboros absolutely just terrifying as a villain. Like, a lot of these guys actually give Perfectio from Super Robot Wars a run from his money. and just how terrifying and fucked up they are. Like, their entire overarching goal is just based around killing as many people as possible and destabilizing countries as much as possible and weakening them up. But I do think there is a good... Like, I don't think that their whole end goal is just solely for the hell of it. I think there's something bigger going on, which is something I will elaborate on later on with them. Because I do have a theory, and it is a theory I came up with myself. Regarding how they're structured, after, you know, observing how they're structured, observing how they behave, observing everything else we know about Ouroboros, and, you know, just the general terminology they use, and how they really seem to be a very well-funded force, and seem to have a lot of military-grade tech for a so-called secret society. And really what their primary functions appear to be. You know what? Fine. I'll just elaborate on it right now. So, yeah. Yeah, as I said before, their overarching goals appear to be causing, incidents and causing as much damage and, just destabilizing and killing as much of a country's people as possible. But but I think it's more about weakening up countries for annexation that is the main goal. Like, it's about, like, weakening everything up and then making countries easier to conquer. And why do you think they're doing this? Well, simple, because I kind of believe that they're not like a secret society like they claim. Like, they're actually a special forces unit. That Ouroboros is actually a special forces unit of another country that wants to see the rest of Zemuria fall under their control. And is willing to massacre millions of people to do it. But there is that, and sure, I'm not the only one who's thought this before. Like, I don't think I'm the only one who's theorized this before, or has thought along this general path before. But I do kind of have good reasons of thinking so.
It had to be an arsonist. This is so humiliating.
So there are kind of three main reasons for this. Number one, their overarching goals seem to be just weakening up nations. So, like, just, causing as much chaos as possible, destabilizing nations, killing as many people as possible, and, just weakening them to the point where they cannot fight back. And making sure that people cannot properly organize to deal with the situations they caused. Now, and though I did initially just think, oh, this might just be a cult thing, no. The more and more I think about it, the more and more it looks like they're doing this specifically to prepare countries for annexation, to prepare countries for being taken over, and or just to gain control of countries directly from within and annex them entirely for the country, for their motherland, for the country that is funding and controlling them. Like, if you notice, a lot of their targets, not a lot of them are ancient religious sites. A lot of them are key cities, military bases, labs, and other such important infrastructure. Like, a lot of them are based around, impacting daily lives and impacting a country's basic internal functions and making them fail one by one until the country becomes weak enough to annex. And basically, their main goal is to, you know, based on what we've seen, is to disarm a nation from within and to weaken it, and then, you know, take over from there. And the second big reason, and they also have a secondary responsibility of testing new weapons as well. Like, they're also a weapons testing division as well. Which further kind of suggests that they are indeed a military regiment. Like, they are a military force and not a secret society. Something else that does hint at them being, you know, part of a nation's military, or Ouroboros at least being a special forces and or black ops unit that is, like, sent to destabilize nations from within. Another big red flag another big red flag here is the terminology they use and the kind of people that are in it. You see, they do not use your normal religious-based stuff, no. For main members, they use militaristic terminology like enforcers and, you know, stall ridders and a bunch of other stuff. Like, a lot of their terminology and how they're organized is very military in general. And their Grandmaster seems to be more of a military commander who's taking orders from someone else, who has someone else barking orders at them, and then they are, you know, relay those orders to the rest of Ouroboros from whoever, you know, is back in the country that they are being controlled by. And thus, you know, again, not a secret society there. That's very military. And really, a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of their members, like McBurn, are just psychotic, war-crazed soldiers. Or either psychotic, war-crazed soldiers, or like, you know, psychotic, war-crazed berserkers who just kill everything in their path, or are skilled tacticians. And none of them are your usual secret society, like, planners. They're all military officers that seem to have been handpicked from either handpicked from a nation's army or forced to join because of a darkness within them. As they call it. Like, and the fact that they only pick insane people to join, again, no other secret society does that. That's very much, you know, these guys are given serious special forces, you know, red flags everywhere. And, you know, their Grandmaster is a military officer vibes as well. But there is, like, there is one thing that does suggest Ouroboros is, you know, solely just a black ops unit of another country. That is that, in the Glorious, in Sky, second chapter, which I will definitely point out when we get to that game, there is what looks to be a national emblem and or coat of arms on the bottom of the on the floor in some of the rooms. Like, it appears to be some kind of falcon, not liberal falcon, but some other nations, or rather an eagle. Some other nation's coat of arms that's based on a bird.
Oh, give me a break. Were you even trying?
So, yeah, again, they're basically on the open with the fact that, you know, they are not this secret society, that they are a special forces unit. Right then and there. But the biggest thing here is that if they were this grand secret society criminal organization, then how the hell do they have an aircraft carrier? Like, who the fuck spun them? Because here's the thing. Even Hayway cannot operate aircraft carriers like the Glorious. Like, the Glorious's construction had to have a nation involved. Like, there had to be some country that developed that thing, as is the case with the Ions, as is the case with everything else. With a lot of the other stuff they own. Like, a lot of it just screams military. You know, like, a lot of it just screams they're part of a military operation. And also the fact that a lot of their ancient artifact research either comes from archaeologists they've hired, or from intel from their superiors. From, you know, the true masterminds, the true force that is bigger than Ouroboros, that Ouroboros is just a small special forces unit of the true nation that we should all fear that is pulling the strings. You know, just gonna say that right now. And also, one more thing that's most damning is that, you know, here's the thing. Like, Brace Guild knew about a lot of secret societies over the years, but if you ask them, they're just calling Ouroboros that because that's often what they present themselves as, when in reality, they don't know what the hell they are. And they've only really been encountering Ouroboros since 1183. Like, that's the earliest year they've been active. So again, definitely given special ops military vibes there. So all in all, I think their true goal is to serve as like some kind of special forces unit of some other nation that is tasked specifically with destabilizing nations from within, and so that the nation from which they take orders can then come in and send in their main army, and or even just, you know, use Ouroboros to annex nations from within. And I think the reason why they're so obsessed with the Subterrians and try to get them is because their parent nation wants them to have power over everyone, to basically be so powerful to the point where no other country can stand against them, to the point where all other countries will have to surrender to them. And I think that's gonna be the big thing that will come to the head in the end of the the overarching Trails series. Like, you know, the final few games is you know, Ouroboros' true goals and nature as a special operations unit of a nefarious nation will be revealed. Said nefarious nation will start sending its main military because Ouroboros' cover has been blown, and they'll just straight up start saying that they want the Septarians to be able to dominate the entire world, to make everyone just basically bend the knee and capitulate to them in an instant. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm envisioning here. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I bet will happen in the future. And based on tech levels I'm seeing from them, I'm guessing that the most advanced nation, Zemuria, Lemon State, is the true masterminds here. They're the true ones who are ordering Ouroboros around. So, I don't know. You might hear me call them Lemon Special Forces from time to time, just as a little nod to this theory. Because, you know, here's the thing. Lemon's the only country that has been stated that we are left in the dark about what their government is. Except for the fact that it's a military dictatorship. And and that, you know, being a military dictatorship, Le Mans is pretty brutal and oppressive despite also being, you know, the birthplace of orbital technology and the most advanced and wealthiest nation in Zemuria. Well, most advanced nation, certainly, but like the third wealthiest nation? Behind Ereboni and Calvard? Well, fourth, actually, but still. Like, I think they're the true baddies here. Hell, wouldn't even be surprised if the Grandmaster was actually the military dictator of Oman as well. Like, that would actually not surprise me in the slightest. In fact, I'm betting that's actually the case.
99 or so battles.
But I don't know. That's just musings of a fox. Of a fox, and theories that are actually pretty credible when you think about it. Or at least are well constructed and based on, you know, pretty solid evidence.
And I simply slipped, that's all.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Le Mans has had its current military government since 1183. Ouroboros was also founded, or at least began operations in 1183. That's not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. That's all I'm gonna say right there. There's no way that's a coincidence.
You mixed by any chance?
Oh yeah, and this remark does seem pretty racist, but what he's actually saying there is, are you mixed with the ogre virus? You know, are you genetically altered?
What are you talking about?
That was not well worded, though. I personally think that Bandai's Ocean Group should have, like, you know, reviewed the script a little. Because just... big yikes there! Goddamn.
Nothing. If you haven't noticed yourself, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you haven't, it's probably not much anyway.
Huh? What do you...
Anyway, I'm out of here. You can take care of handing him over to the Duke.
You can't possibly be serious. You won't help even a teensy bit? It's a little much to handle all by myself.
Nah, I'm tired of this already. Maybe if one of them could seriously give me a run for my Mira.
One run for your Mira.
What the? Ah, Brace of Mercenary coming up.
Couldn't be.
She finally made it.
The Bracer... One thing I will say, though, is that it's extremely unfortunate that the Bracer Guild also has a lot of its main offices in Le Mans. I mean, luckily, a lot of its main offices are also in Calvard, too. Like, it has, you know, headquarters in Calvard as well. And, you know, main training grounds in Calvard. Specifically the less screwed up parts of Northumbria Calvard, which is the part of Calvard that Sarah Valstein originated from.
Huh?
Where did that come from?
Angry Calvardian mercenary screaming.
Nice.
Looks like I was right to hurry.
Hey, Sarah! Valstein! Not my husband.
I wasn't expecting to find you fighting monsters of this caliber.
Very interesting how she calls them monsters. Like, you know, I wonder if she does know about genetic modifications. Like, that's why he's calling it. That's why she's calling him that? Or if it's just because she just despises Ouroboros that much.
You're...
You know, just very interesting. Just very interesting things to pay attention to there.
Instructor Sarah?
Sorry for the wait.
And that is Sarah... I believe that's Sarah's, like, theme?
But don't you worry your pretty
For
little
most
head
part.
now. How could I call myself your homeroom teacher?
Thanks.
Hell yeah, alright.
You're the purple lightning, aren't you?
Jesus. Even Le Mans Special Forces are scared of her. And honestly, I would be surprised if Ouroboros just drops their name once the big twist is revealed, and it's revealed that they're, you know, Le Mans Spec Ops, and they just go full, militaristic and just drop the Secret Society pre-base altogether and just start going, and just straight up change their name to the Le Mans State, to the Le Mans Special Operations Corps, some crazy, outwardly, just nightmarish bullshit like that.
Huh. Hey,
Oh yeah, nice timing!
I don't know what to say.
Was this your doing, Jusis?
I used a secret channel to contact her. She was to be our insurance if things took a turn for the worse.
really?
Hell yeah!
I'm delighted to see that you're well, Lady Sarah.
Oh yeah, and he knows that Ouroboros is working with the Noble Alliance, by the way. Though that makes me wonder, what goal do both Ouroboros have and the Noble Alliance have that they are both working towards?
Thanks, I guess. Still, looks like you've been fun, and I can give credit where it...
Ugh. Do you... Surely you don't believe you'll win.
You ask me. Not like there are any towns nearby I can burn down, so...
Oh, God, he's got full hyper mutate.
Stay away from him.
Those are just like...
Hold on a moment. I know I said I wanted to help, but I'd rather you didn't set me on fire in the process.
What the devil are you doing?
The hell?
That sounds like...
Ah, that's, Duke Alberea.
Isn't that Duke Alberea?
Father? Or no?
It's certainly a dick.
Lord Jusis.
Jusis, what is the meaning of this? You dare to leave a letter like that and simply disappear? Have you gone mad?
Letter?
Hey, Duke. I was getting all fired up there.
Silence! This has no... I will not stand for behavior like this. Your selfish actions will smear mud on the...
My intentions are as I outlined. I intend to walk my own path with my classmates at my side.
Yeah!
I have no wish to dirty the Alberea name.
Jusis.
What is this drivel? I always knew what a mistake it was to accept you into this family. Come forth, Knights of...
Oh! That one looks like a new unit. I have not seen before.
Yeah, these must be the soldats from
I don't recognize that one either. It must be a new model.
Yeah, that one's a new model. I have never seen that one before in my life.
Yeah, there goes any interest I had left. Have a blast. See ya.
You always be so indifferent.
Reen!
Right.
Looks like it's your turn to shine.
Then...
Are you gonna call Val?
No matter the results, we can't turn...
Heed my call.
Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
Oh, here we go. Luckily, Graham is just, Graham is just a stone toss away from Breahard.
So that's the foul fiend that caused trouble for the soldiers from the Twin Dragons Bridge.
So that?
The very same Great Knight that fought.
And I can sense even more mana.
It's for...
Go forth, my knights! With them in our custody, the top spot in the Alliance is as good as mine. Show them the terrifying strength of the...
Yes, Your Grace!
The Hector, by the way, is the single highest output reactor ever put into a Panzer Soldat.
But I'm sure Valimar can take it.
Right, let's do this. I'm counting on you.
Understood.
Those things are absolutely terrifying. Okay, let's see. Oh, god damn it. Ugh.
Here I go. Charging you up.
Ah! There we go. Yeah, this is the Imperial Liberation Front's new unit, and dear God, is it a nightmare. Okay.
Gotcha! Gotcha!
Here we go.
It's working. Keep it up. Here I go.
Might get rid of that oxen for us. Well, we didn't quite get rid of it.
Burn to ash.
Here we go.
Let's go! Gotcha!
That barely did anything. Ugh. Nah, I suffered through way worse. This is nothing.
That's it. Just a little more.
You know, with you, Cat Fontaine, with you giving me directions, I can do anything.
How careless!
We're still doing pretty well.
Yes, sir. Charging you up. You're not out yet. Keep going.
Burn to ash. Let's go! Gotcha!
Great! Imperial Liberation Front Unit 1 dropped.
Here you go!
We're gonna need repair.
It's working! Keep it up! Yeah!
Let's go!
Well done! You did great that time!
Yeah! That thing was nothing!
This can't be happening. How can our new soul...
Damn you.
You think he's ready, Celine?
He should be.
Reen! Give us a hand, Emma! We're going to open this... Right!
A transportation spell?
Time to make our escape.
Wait! You can't leave like this.
Farewell for now, Father. Please give my regards to Rufus as well.
And Scarlet and everyone else who works under him.
It is my dearest wish that you won't repeat the mistake you made with Ymir a second time. Arno, might I ask you to return the horse I borrowed to the mansion?
As you wish, Lord Jusis.
Its one last order to Arnold
Wait,
was
I say.
return his
That is an
horse.
order, Jusis.
Alright, everyone! Yeah! Oh my god, that battle is so thrilling. And we did so well! Like, we did so well against, you know, Le Mans Special Forces and Ouroboros dudes. We did so well against, you know, the Allied Imperial Liberation Front, who was, you know, sending their new unit, the Hector, after us. We just did so well, Gerald. Again, yeah, definitely. Like, the more and more I think about Ouroboros' actions and what their overall goal is, the more and more I am certain of my Special Forces theory. Especially considering how, again, like, they're, like, you know, a lot of the stuff they do, like, is about just preparing countries for annexation and just, you know, destabilizing regions solely for the sake of, you know, try to like destabilize stuff, and you know how they get a lot of intel from military sources and all that. Yeah, I definitely think that that Ouroboros is just like a small division of the Le Mans military system. Like, they're just the special forces. And if the special forces are that crazy, then imagine what normal Le Mans military is. Like, Le Mans normal military units are. They're probably just as terrifying. They probably have just as little regard for human life, given that country's military dictatorship. And they're thus probably just as brutal, psychotic, and just as requiring of, a basic level of darkness to join. You know, well, we're back! Sorry for overworking you like that, Balmar. No, that is not a concern. With every battle, my operational efficiency increases. It's a sign that you are growing as an Awakener too. Aww. I'll return to a state of inactivity. Should you require me, you only have to call my name. Looks like you fell asleep. We shall let rest for a while. Jusis? Are you sure you're okay with leaving things that way? With your dad, I mean? I made my decision. I have no regrets. Now I made it, I intend to walk forward, not backwards. I had to do it. I had to do it. Alright, but yeah. If you're feeling lonely, you can always find comfort in my arms. I'm neither lonely nor in need of company. Thank you very much. Haha, my, you've all matured so much since I last saw you. I could be prouder. They've all gone through so much to come this far. Yeah, I must have been drawn in. Probably accidentally. Sorry, I'm doing this. There we go. Hell yeah, alright. Tobal and Sarah yep. Because they're both bracers, so, if they're both... Here's the thing, if they're both, like, similar occupations, they could, link together. Which I should explain all the different unit types and generally what I've noticed about their combat. The Lemon Special Forces and Ouroboros dudes, Ouroboros dudes vary. Like, a lot of the time their combat is either just very basic stuff, like swords, or it's crazy super soldier experiment stuff, with very little in between. Sharon Kruger, the girl who works with the Reinford Company, she uses a dagger. She also uses her threads and chains to do damage as well. Ouroboros forces generally have the highest speed, as you saw back there. Like, they have... Hey! Gaming Chicken, how you doing? But yeah, so we finally rescued Jusis. We finally saved him from the clutches of the evil, of the Imperial Liberation Front and/or Noble Alliance. Though let's be honest here, I definitely think that they're the better of the two sides, especially when you start hearing some of the Supreme Colonels of the Provincial Army's stories. And how, you know, the nobles running each province have just had their lives made absolute hell by Goliath Osborne and his crazy authoritarian policies. So yeah, it does take a very long time for Reed to have his "Are we the baddies" moment, but he does have it by the end of this game.
Welcome home, Reen. I see you were able to find the rest of your classmates.
Yeah, this is everyone.
Yep, this is everyone.
It sure wasn't easy, but we managed.
Also, I might try Ratchet and Clank sometime soon, too. But here's the thing about Ratchet and Clank. I'm gonna need to get, what's it called? Yeah, I'm gonna need PCSX2 or to fix my PS2. I prefer real hardware because emulators are hard to set up, and also some games have issues with emulators as far as I know. Like, for Japan region-specific stuff, I might have to use an emulator just because it's very hard to get Japanese PS2s in the US. And it's an absolute nightmare going through that process. So that is the only exception. I also generally, you know, if a console is very rare or very easy to replicate, like PS2 replicators, like emulators, are pretty solid. I mean, you know, emulation is still software rendering, like it's not hardware rendering, but you know, it's better than nothing.
I'm just glad we made it back at all. It's nice that we found everybody, though.
Indeed.
Regardless, we wouldn't have been able to make it here if not for you all coming to find us. Thank you.
And naturally, that goes for you too, Celine.
Yeah, whatever. It's good to see you guys again.
The winds must have been on your side.
It sounds like there was some trouble along the way, but you came back, and that's all that matters.
And the reason why I am using PC, why I'm thinking about PCSX2 is because, one, my financial situation pretty much means I can't buy replacement parts for my PS2. And two, my financial situation also forbids me from buying a new PS2 altogether, so yeah.
I can't say I'm surprised to find you're in good health, though. Ill weeds grow apace, after all.
I could say the same about you.
Alright.
Given how useless you are at anything you can't learn from a book, part of me expected we would next meet with you behind bars.
It hasn't even been 30 damn seconds and I already want to kill you.
While I'd expected you to come back with your classmates, I didn't think you'd come back with Sarah, too.
Actually, that's a fair point. How did the Noble Alliance and/or Imperial Liberation Front get him yet? How didn't they arrest Machias yet? How didn't they capture him yet? Because, you know, Jusis does have a fair point. Like, by now he should have been captured, and it should have been us busting him out of a cell, not finding him inside of a windmill. Not finding him inside of a wind turbine.
Not that anything had ever happened to you, of all people.
Thanks, I guess.
Certainly has gotten lively around here.
But now the Calverdian Bracer legend is back.
It sure has.
We got Hexen Clan, which Hexen Clan is the founding family of Erebonia. Like, they are the witch family that they did not only just help found Erebonia, they basically founded Erebonia. Like, they're the secret, true, most powerful noble family in Erebonia, and they do not like the Noble Alliance at all. Like, Duke Kan is the most powerful of the Noble Alliance, yes. But the pro-reformist Hexen Clan is the most powerful nobles, period, in Erebonia. And Kan knows that. But, yeah, he's not too scared of them. Oh, if only he knew their full capabilities. Then he would be terrified, but... Or maybe he is, and he just doesn't show it. I don't know.
You're looking a lot better, Dad.
I'm still a ways from being back to my old self, but I'm finding it a lot easier to walk around. Toval and Captain Claire have kindly been handling both the village's security and correspondence with the other regions. Which means I can focus on my health.
We're not doing anything special, really.
We're just glad that you've been getting better.
That's not true at all. You've done so much for us. I don't even know where to begin thanking you.
Alright, sorry, I'm just checking out my laptop some more. He's still stable though, so we're good. Alright, there we go.
And Reen, I want you to know that we're both so proud of what you've accomplished.
Oh, nice! Hell
It
yeah!
couldn't have been easy coming this far, but you did it.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it alone. It was only possible because everyone...
Well, I think we've been standing out here long enough. I've had rooms prepared for you all at the Phoenix Wing, so go ahead and rest there.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that where we stayed during our last visit?
Ah, you see, having a dad who's a government official does have benefits.
That's the one. I imagine you must all be exhausted after all that's transpired in the past few days.
The open-air bath's finally been repaired, too.
And it seems like Green is really reaping his. I know that I'm a little quieter today. Yeah, I'm not allowed to scream as much anymore. My dad's getting... Like, he's just getting real invasive now. Like, he's just moving the goalpost constantly and just, like, he just constantly moves it. He just, you know, like I do something to his demands, and then he just asks more, and then he just takes even more, you know, like, I give him an inch, he takes a mile. I give him more inches, he takes more miles. Like, what does he want from me? Alright. There we go, we're good.
If you get the chance, you should enjoy it.
I got lots of technical stuff to monitor over here. It's a bit of a pain. Alright, we're gonna save. Thus, they left for the Phoenix Wing to recover. I love everything. Everything that is anything about Ymir. Like, and here's why. Like, it's just such a nice little town, you know? The town hall's nice looking, the Phoenix Wings is just incredible. And it really benefits from the fact that they really started to learn how to properly use Unreal Engine 3 in this game. It's so peaceful tonight. Everyone's probably fast asleep by now. We might have all spent our time in different ways, all with different things in our minds. He probably just fall asleep right away. Sarah probably getting drunk and watching and die. Well, okay, that's a bit of an assumption. But honestly, I would not put it past her. Let's be honest here. It is Sarah Valstein after all. Who's contacting me now? Oh yeah, and I do get a little annoyed when lots of people contact me on Discord, which is all the time mid-streams, by the way. Alright. They're talking more about Sarah Dynamite, alright. And I have my main phone pulled up, because I currently have two phones. I have this old Samsung Galaxy crap phone, and then I have my new Verizon network Motorola Razr G Play. Really nice phone, by the way. And that one currently has a Discord pulled up. That way I can monitor what's going on. I owe it all to Ellie's support and encouragement. It's thanks to her that I have been able to make it this far. Hang in there, Elise. I'll bring you and Princess Alphen back safely, I promise. We're still gonna have to discuss what we're gonna do from here on out. Like, And you know, here's the thing about me and Ouroboros. I find most of them terrifying, but I don't know. Some of them seem like genuine people. Like, Vita Clotilde sometimes seems like she's helping. Like, she goes out of her way to warn us. She seemed really friendly to us in the first game. But at the same time, one, she's affiliated with, you know, Le Mans Special Forces. And two, she's affiliated with the Noble Alliance. And that's a bigger issue right now, is the fact that most of Ouroboros is in bed with the Noble Alliance because of some shared goal. Between, you know, Ouroboros's, you know, alleged benefactors, according to my theory, and, Noble Alliance. Like, they have some shared goal between them. Like, there's definitely something that they are working together to achieve, and they definitely trust each other and are working together on something big. I don't know what their true goal is, but we'll find out, I guess. But each of them faced what they were given head on. We ended up apart, but no one lost hope. Instead, we tried to make out the best of our circumstances while they were dealt. Aha! Thinking back our reunions, I think the one we had the strongest impression was... Let's see... Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be discussing each of the units. So, out of all the units, Ouroboros generally, they just have like the flat out edgiest weapons. Like, a lot of their stuff is just pure edge. And, you know, a lot of their weapons also hint to them, again, being a special forces unit and not a secret society like they often claim they are. As per my theory. They also have the highest speed of any of the members, which is why Sharon is so damn useful in a lot of ways, because her speed is just ridiculous. Like she she gets a lot of extra turns because of that. Bracers, on the other hand, bracers are the exact opposite. Their weapons are just flat out the most unconventional and craziest most of the time. Like, mercenaries in general, not just bracers, but Jaegers and other mercenaries in general, all just have the craziest, strangest concoction of weapons you could ever imagine. Like, just wacky guns that look like some kind of experimental something or other that government cooked up. As part of some kind of an experimental program, to swords that don't even look like they could function, to I don't even know what else. Like, they just have weird weapons in general.
Reen?
Oh, hamana.
else would come here so late at night. Sorry, I'll get out now.
No, don't worry about it. I thought the same exact thing, actually. A little late night one-on-one bonding with one of my precious students doesn't sound so bad, actually.
No comment.
And it's freezing out here, so I'm hopping in.
Except that sounds a little, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The temperature's just right. Sitting back in a spring like this with a bottle of warm, strong stuff would be heaven right about now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's my favorite time of the year to relax in the springs, too. But both of us bathing in here together is really, really not a good idea. I mean, the two of us alone here at this time of night's kind of, you know...
What's the big deal? I'm all covered up, aren't I? Although, I guess any boy your age...
Yeah.
...sharing a hot spring with an older, beautiful woman like me.
Good God, Sarah! Honestly, out of the two of you, you and Alphen have to be the two most down atrocious people in the entire Kiss-K franchise. Like, not even one Trails game, it's multiple.
I hope there aren't any naughty fantasies going through that little head of yours.
No, there are not.
Oh, please don't ask me that.
Even Rain is agreeing with me, like, Jesus Christ.
Well, I'll spare you another round of teasing for now. I stuck around to praise you, not to make you uncomfortable.
You did?
Okay?
You've done a really good job making it this far and doing what you have. You've had it hard since we were split up, but you've hung in there and made it through.
Also, how long were you in the Croizet province? Just a question.
And not only that, you managed to gather all of your classmates back together again from all over the country. That they're here now is all thanks
And
to
even
you.
from other countries, like the Nord Islands.
I think you're giving me too much credit. It was only thanks to everyone's support, yours included, that I was able to do anything at all.
Oh, I know everyone else deserves some credit too. Still, it doesn't change the fact that Class 7 is only how it is because you've always been at its center. It was only because you rose up to fight, just like everyone believed you would, that you're all together again.
So, to sum up where everyone was, for those of you who don't know, Elliot, Fee, and Marcus were holding their ground. We're basically just holding the line in the Croydon province for a while. You know, they were holding their line in, you know, mainline Croydon. Emma returned with the Countess Laura to her county, to the main city in the county, and started investigating around there. And of course, Gaius literally took who did they take? Oh yeah, they took William and Elisa Reinford and fled Arabonia all together, and just fled the country and went to the North Highlands. Literally just noped out of Arabonia with Elisa.
So I thought that as your instructor, the least I could do was praise you for what you've achieved. Hey! What's with all the laughing? Even I can sound like an actual instructor sometimes, you know.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at you. It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
Aha! So that's it. Well, in that case, make sure you don't ever forget. The bonds you have with the people who care about you won't be broken easily. And I'd know, because I'm one of those people.
I blush very heavily every so often whenever Sarah Valstein's in the scene.
I'll be sure not to.
Fun fact. Yeah, I know you cannot see any face cam right now, but I am blushing right now. Of just sheer, yeah.
Now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day. As long as we don't give up, I know we can make that a reality. Both for ourselves and for the people who have supported us in getting this far.
Aha, that's what I like to hear.
God damn it, I swear to God, if something happens tomorrow, if the Noble Alliance attacks tomorrow or something, not gonna be happy. Are we gonna be, no, we're doing it in Town Hall. I love the way Town Hall looks, by the way. And Rean is, of course, sleeping in Town Hall because, you know, that's his home. That's, where he lives. You know, he still lives with his adopted father, Baron Schwarzer. So yeah, Town Hall is still his main home. You know, it's not his home away from home, it is literally his home. So yeah. And a very nice house. Or a very nice home. Alright, there's Town Hall, there's Plover Goods. Alright, Valley's Echo, which is the bar. The beer they serve there isn't half bad. I'm super bored. I'm thinking I might check out the souvenir shop. And the reason why I'm not voicing as many of the lines is because I spent so much fretting over technical stuff earlier that, yeah. Man, there really is a bunch of unusual stuff here. Pretty good selection. For play smack dab in the booties, beep boop. Yeah. That's partly thanks to Master Kafai. He always brings things when he comes to visit. Yeah. Which, by the way, Master Kafai is from come on. Yeah, fun fact, Mesicify is actually from Calvard. So, what I was calling Remiferian Tachi is actually Calvardian Tachi. Whoops. Yeah, Eight Leaves, One Blade, if you did not know, is of course the standard fighting style of, well, Eight Leaves, One Blade or Nine Tails is the standard fighting style of the Republic of Calvard, it's the standard fighting style of the Bracer Guild, and the standard fighting style of, Reed Schwarzer, who always preferred Calvardian and Bracer fighting styles to Erebonian fencing and heavy strong. I kinda want it to be something I always keep with him over something. I mean, you Ironbloods simply, probably think of each other like siblings, right? Or I don't know, do you? That makes Chancellor Osborne your dad, maybe? I don't know, I never really thought about it. Especially with Gramps. I've got siblings, sure, but, sometimes it's hard... but sometimes it's hard to say if they feel like a parent. Or when you really never have one. What? She's never had a parent? Oh, right! She's an android! That probably explains it, Reen. Well, put that artificial orbital computer brain to use. Helping us out. You're not just some stupid robot. You are a robot with a heart. Damn it. Help us out! I'm sure he'll figure things out eventually, though. I do kind of feel like sticking with you guys will help me figure something out. I guess it's what matters most. She's just happier now. I know I do not dust off my keyboard very often. Do some shopping, Sharon?
That's right. Since you'll be gathering for a discussion of Phoenix Wings, I thought I might help out in the kitchen. Also, I could prepare some food for your father, seeing as though your mother has other business to attend to.
Oh. They're definitely up to something, alright. They're working with the Noble Alliance to achieve something. What's the shared goal, though? That's what I'm wondering. Like, because they have a shared agenda. They have a shared, bigger agenda that they're trying to work towards. So, what is that shared agenda? It's bugging me. It's been bugging me ever since it started. Like, what is their big shared agenda? Because, like, the Noble Alliance, like, their grievances... You know, the more and more you listen to them, and the more and more you see just how bad Goliath Osborne is, the more and more you realize that they are very valid.
I suppose your father would be overjoyed.
Oh.
Oh, hell yeah!
Yeah. Sure. Yep. I've had that happen before. Accidentally cutting your finger with stuff is never pleasant. Had that happen before IRL. Not pleasant. Jesus! She's so sweet, though. Aww. Hell yeah! How did Mr. Reinford die, though? Because it was some kind of experiment, like something killed him. Like, something went wrong and, like, something like, it was some kind of lab-related accident that killed him, so... What was it? You know, that's my big question, is what was it, exactly? Because we know it was something, so what was it? Does that mean you never been a maid before she hired you then? Oh, right. You're LSF and Ouroboros. Aw. Yeah, you see, the Reinford family has connections to Ouroboros, and have had connections to Ouroboros for a real long time. And that's why they didn't care about hiring Sharon Kruger, is because there's so many connections to them already that Sharon Kruger was just another notch on the belt for them. It was just another connection. But nah, they are filled with LSF and Ouroboros collaborators. The Reinford group is all the way down. It's really quite bizarre, needless to say. Yeah. Aw, hell yeah. You know, Sharon's just such a cool girl. I love her. I love Sharon. We love Sharon. We all love Sharon. She's cool. Never stop being you, Sharon. You rock. Unlike some other people. Nah, that's a little too harsh. I cannot wait to get to, And I know what, like, here's the thing. I have an idea of what their shared goal is. I'm not going to, really, spoil it, though, is the thing. Like, I'm not going to spoil what Ouroboros and the Noble Alliance are working together on, but I am gonna say that they are definitely working together. Like, there is some combined agenda, I guess you could say, like some kind of shared goal, a shared agenda that they have. Like, that's all I'm gonna say is I will definitely confirm that right now. The exact details of that, though, I am not going to say, other than it goes way beyond just tech sharing. Like, a lot of it has to do with tech sharing and with intel sharing and all that jazz. But no, there's actually way bigger something else going on that I'm not telling you about. Because if I did tell you, then it would spoil the main final boss of the game, and that's no fun. Like, Lola Luciferia, I do tell you about because that's not really the final boss, so much as it is the final trial at the end of the game. Like, the true final boss is that thing I can't talk about yet. For the sake of, making sure that I do not spoil anything. But let's just say that is what Ouroboros and,
up a rank. Here's a little something from the guild. Keep it up. You did all right, I guess.
Yeah, I only got C rank because I wasn't able to complete that one.
I've thought long and hard about it, and I think we as a class need to find a third way. A path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and noble factions are taking.
Yeah, Pat, to basically what Reen wants to do is, he wants to basically have us be a force that...
Third way, you say?
Observes and intervenes when necessary.
I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
True. We might be military academy students, but we're still students.
Also, I might play Final Fantasy VII here in a bit, because 7 is, like, really popular right now due to the release of a recent game. So, yeah, I might play it sometime soon. Unfortunately, I might have to play the Reunion Anniversary, PC port that Square Enix released in 2008, because... yeah... yeah, my PC cannot run Rebirth at all. Like, this Rust Bucket could barely run... well, okay, Cold Steel 1 was very unoptimized, but it could barely run Power World. Power World isn't exactly all that demanding.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Yeah.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend.
Yeah. But we'll only intervene to make sure that things do not go too far. Like, if some side's threatening literal genocide, then we intervene.
However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions and different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either.
Oh no. No, they arrested Fiona, didn't they? Like, I have a very bad feeling that they've arrested Fiona and are gonna use her for ransom to try and make Olaf Craig capitulate. Like, I don't know about you, but I really feel that is the case here, because think about it, all the warning signs and red flags with her. You know, all the warning signs I've seen so far have been pointing to that's what they're gonna plan to do. Is they're gonna plan to hold her hostage, and if he doesn't capitulate, then they'll execute her. Like, that is literally what they're gonna plan to do. Hey, Dama Bang Bang, how you doing? Like, surely I am not the only one who recognizes this is probably the case. And also, I'm playing Trails of Cold Steel 2.
I'm glad I was able to see Dad, but I'm worried about her.
Which I am really enjoying.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole. It's a huge relief to see you're alright, Sharon, but Mother's still unaccounted for.
I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
Again, Sharon's no Ouroboros enforcer. She'll make it out no matter what.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past
It was
month.
probably with Sharon's help that you escaped, Elisa, and managed to flee the country.
I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see.
Because again, Elisa Reinford did leave Erebonia. She did go to the Nord Highlands and just leave Erebonia behind for an entire month due to the Civil War.
Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of mine.
Oh yeah, by the way, Elisa Reinford and the Reinford family are commoners themselves. In fact, Imperial law forbids nobles from owning the Reinford group, as any direct noble and or other government official ownership of Reinford group can have very detrimental consequences to not only the rest of Erebonia, but to the rest of the continent as a whole. So, yeah. So, yeah, any and all forms of state ownership, including ownership by any noble house, are forbidden, as far as the Reinford group is concerned. Separation of Reinford and state.
Although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Zeno and Leo, too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
Plus, Emma and I still need to talk to Vita. To see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing to break a taboo to do it.
That's true.
Whatever you decide to do, you'll have just as the warriors of Nord did 250 years ago. I'm determined to fight to protect my second homeland, and those who live within it.
Yep.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police. But I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need it.
Yeah.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support. You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though.
All right.
Find a third way as a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty
Yeah.
Then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the spear, and with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
Oh.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
God damn it, if only we had an airship we could
We're
use.
also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around.
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will...
In the end, no matter what we decide, we lose.
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision must be made now.
There's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. And I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun?
Oh, god damn it.
Mind if I join in?
What in the world?
It couldn't be.
Vita?
Look, as long as you're not...
It's lovely to see you. You were finally able to reunite with all. The goddess was on your side after.
Cut the crap, Vita.
have you?
Where are you? I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
Oh, fuck no. Do they mean what I think they mean? Like, it's not only, you know, the crazy Spec Ops group, the crazy quote-unquote secret society, which might actually be, you know, a Spec Ops group, which probably is a special operations group of some other country, like Orbo's probably is, given how, you know, again, you know, they just operate so militaristically to the point where it's impossible to deny that they are at this point, that they probably are at this point. You mean that, does she mean that the entire Imperial Liberation Front is paying us a visit right now?
It's coming from above us.
Good God Almighty.
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
But why now?
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
So, the Noble Alliance was waiting until... So they knew where we were the entire time. And they were just waiting until now to actually attack. Really, Noble Alliance. You couldn't just, you know, immediately invade us and kill us while we were lying down?
Vita!
She actually appeared.
Vita, you're here. Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer.
Guests of the Lamari Provincial Army Supreme Colonel, Crow Armburst. Yep, that is Crow Armburst. He is, well, he at first starts out being a normal student. Turns out, though, however, that he is the Supreme Colonel of the Lamari Provincial Army. And works directly under Duke Kayan and is, like one of the most high-ranking officials in the entire Noble Alliance. He is even stronger than Aurelia Le Guin and Wallace Bardias. Like, they are two of the strongest, but Crow is even stronger than they are. Because again, he is right above them in the totem pole, so yeah.
The Azure Knight. Crow.
So does the Lamari Provincial Army's Supreme Colonel just wanna fight straight up? That seems to be his plan. Aw, well hey Riziette, how you doing?
Long time no see, guys.
There's still no way we can beat this guy currently. There's still no way we can beat this guy currently. Because we've only had like about a week's worth of piloting experience. Well, I want to say a month because we were frozen for an entire month. while this guy has been piloting Divine Knights for an entire 3 years. Like, Duke Kayan and Vita literally trained him how to pilot it 3 years ago. And ever since then, he's become so experienced to the point where, you know, he basically worked up tooth and claw to become the Supreme Colonel of the Lamar Provincial Army. Or Lamar, I guess it's pronounced, Provincial Army. And thus, technically the head of the main Imperial Liberation Front strike force, because because the Imperial Liberation Front was made up of each of the 4 provincial armies' supreme colonels. Like, the main force of the Imperial Liberation Front was... You got Vulcan and Norcia, you got Countess Scarlet of Croizen, you got Crow of Lamar, and then you got, well, Jurai technically, but, you know, since it was integrated to the Lamar province, Arabonia, it, you know, it basically, you know, he's basically from Lamar now. And then you got Gideon, who's dead. But he was a Sutherland dude.
You ready to have some fun?
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See, you damn terrorist.
Come on!
Right. Heed my call! Valimar!
Well, I guess
Acknowledge.
I guess taking out Valimar is his primary concern right now. Like, that's what his main thing is. Because they got so mad the fact that they could not use their own Panzer Soldaten that they decided just to have the Supreme Colonel just fight him directly.
Because at the end of the day, he's just an...
So lend me your power.
Very well. Use my power as you see.
You've really taken to... I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. But potential is only that.
Woodman Special Forces here. Sapphire and the Noble Alliance's android is here.
Are those the Alliance's allies?
Long time no see, kiddos.
I see the Purple Lightning has joined your ranks.
Zeno. Leo.
Zephyr.
And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us.
And look, Sammy's here too.
Kindly stop referring to Clown Soleus with that bizarre nick.
Ha ha! Ah, it's such a pleasure to visit this wintry wonderland once again.
Blue Blanc! I love Blue Blanc. One of my favorite villains of all time. Like, you know, he's not as bad as the other Ouroboros members. Like, you know, he's kind of twisted, but he's more lovable than just downright terrifying. The other Ouroboros members are just downright terrifying. Blue Blanc, on the other hand, very lovable guy. Like, it's impossible to hate him. Whereas the other Ouroboros members, it's very easy to hate them. But Blue Blanc, it's impossible to hate him. He's so fun.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come. Now you shall pay!
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
Oh look, then it's Super Soldier Mutant. Blue, Flame Hair.
This could pose a problem. Why send so many powerful allies here? And all at once?
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries after all.
They aren't going to...
Rufus.
The Duke isn't going to raise this entire city, is he? Because it seems like that's his plan, and I am really scared that that is actually his plan.
I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. It does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume. Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have.
I can't believe he's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us, aren't they?
Yep. The Lamera Province's, the Lamera Provincial Army's Supreme Colonel is here and his Divine Knight. Lemon Special Forces, I mean, Ouroboros is here. Doing their thing. I know I do call them LSF a lot, or Lemon Special Forces, but, you know, that is my big theory. Because, let's be honest here, they act so much like a military regiment that is undeniable. That there's some secret connection to another country here. That they aren't the top of their chain of command exactly. That Ouroboros is that Ouroboros has a higher master, let's just say. And definitely a higher benefactor who's funding them and really wealthy. Oh yeah. And now we got Rufus Alberea. Oh god, no. And then we got Zephyr, who is still under permanent contract. As the Noble's fixers, of course.
Reen, we'll take care of everything here.
So we got fixers, we got Ouroboros, we got...
You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure?
We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for better opponents.
Leave the battle on the ground to us.
We've no intention of backing down without a fight.
We got the mainline Imperial Liberation Front and our Provincial Army dudes here. We got Ouroboros and our, you know, those bunch of psychos in Ouroboros. We got Zephyr. We got the Noble Alliance's new experimental androids. Yeah, we got everyone against us. Reed's gonna be fighting the Provincial Army dude, while everyone else handles everyone else.
Sharon! I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here he comes!
Man, the Lamera Provincial Army really just wants to... really just has a strong hatred for us. In particular.
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Reen.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down.
Remember, Reen, this guy is a literal Provincial Army commander who has been Supreme Colonel of the Lamera Provincial Army for about 3 whole years. Like, this guy, like, it's not so much that he is one of the guys who the buck stops, you know, who the buck stops at with an in the Lemaire Provincial Army and all that stuff, he's literally the guy who the buck stops at the Lemaire Provincial Army. Like, he is the top of the top before it goes right to Duke Cayenne. Or Duke Cayenne, or however you pronounce his name. I always pronounce names wrong in this game. So, yeah. So, yeah, he's literally the highest ranking officer before Duke Cayenne in the entire Lemaire Provincial Army. The chance of beating him is next to none. But we'll sure damn try, I guess.
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us.
Exactly, and again, you are an extremely high-ranking officer who is, like, so much above Reen, it's actually credible. Like, Reen's just a student, Crow's a full-blood military officer who has been serving, again, as a Supreme Colonel of the Lemaire Provincial Army for 3 whole years. Yeah.
And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
Like, and here's the thing. I actually love the rivalry between, well, I'll talk about that when we get there.
Well, they're putting up a good fight so far, but...
Yeah, it's not looking good. They're outnumbered for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed. Weapon.
Always in a run. Stay right where you are.
You will?
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible for the... I'll let you make the first move. It's been quite some time since I last...
Oh, no.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert. Rufus is a master of court fencing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Will he be easier to defeat than big military boy? Than big Lemaire Provincial Army commander dude? Crow Armburst? I don't know.
We'll need to put all we have into this battle to even stand a chance against...
I would have it no other way.
Alright. Warzel. Countess, we need your big sword.
Show me what you're capable of.
Oh, light.
Oh, please.
All right.
Alright, turbulence!
Reap the whirlwind!
The hell? Alright, let's just go right to, Crystal Saber! Right to S. S-Craft Spam. Here we go. Hell yeah, alright.
This is my favorite weapon. Charging orbital energy. Judgment arrow.
Oh. That's the one where he just summons a giant orbital laser, isn't it? Yep. Orbital, open up the skies!
wasn't strong enough.
I can do this.
Oh yeah, and Elisa Reinford has a special ability where she can actually come back to life. Because of a defibrillator implant in her. Yeah, her shirt has, or rather, the armor suit she wears underneath it has a built-in defibrillator inside. And that literally allows her to come back to life whenever she's defeated.
Well, I won't deny, but you do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope.
How is he so strong?
You didn't stand a chance.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
I'm tired of all these scripted deaths. And we know this is gonna be scripted death because...
Hey, you really think you've got time to be worrying about them? You ain't getting out of this one, Green.
All right, bring it on! It's time to settle this, Crow!
Bring it on!
This'll be a tough one. Be careful.
You're wasting your time!
I swear to God, the American...
Think you can handle this?
I swear to God, Crow and the rest of the Provincial Army all use the same voice lines.
Eat this! Hope you're ready. Gotcha! You're wasting your time.
As expected, Crow is still so much more powerful than Reen.
Gotcha! Think you can handle this? You're wasting your time. Eat this! There! Gotcha!
Oh yeah, that last attack is scripted, by the way.
Didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
He wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win.
Yeah, exactly, because again, this guy is a battle-hardened warrior. He served in the American Provincial Army for like 3 whole years and became the Supreme Colonel in a period of 4 years. In fact, he would have spent the entire first year working to get to where he is now, Crow did. And then, you know, he spent the rest of his 3 years as the Supreme Colonel. Like, no one has replaced him since. Like, he's the highest guy in the Lemare Provincial Army before it, you know, goes to Duquesne. So, yeah.
And that, Reen, perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. But you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Ah, hey Vita.
I can't help but feel a little bummed that everything went exactly as I thought it would. Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours.
Yeah, he's technically Duke Kayan's Azure Chevalier. I mean, he is the Lemare Provincial Army Supreme Colonel for like the last 3 years. But
how's everything up top?
So he's not yours. He's not yours, Vita. You can't just suddenly claim him as yours.
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close. Finestrum Phantasma.
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here.
That flagship is literally his flagship? You think he's not gonna be on board it? And there are those, big, wavy things. Yeah, those are definitely some kind of, like, orbital grav field generators. That's probably what they, what those big, wavy things are part of. Is those are the main, you know... Those are the main grav stabilizers and, you know, flight field generators, pretty much. But still, really impressive looking spacecraft he has there.
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded. When I saw young Jusis and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions. But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves. Duke Alberea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
We saw what Duke Alberea was like. He was screaming at Jusis to come back. Stop, Jusis! That's an order!
Leaves his mouth is condescending.
Halt! Hark, Jusis! Don't go with them! That's an order!
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
He's just like, ugh, I'm going anyway, ugh.
Don't be silly, child. Reen Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you.
And you had our Supreme Colonel, your Supreme Colonel almost kill us just to speak with us? I don't follow your logic here, sir.
Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point. I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship.
Huh? Wait, why?
I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land.
I love the Pantagruel's design, by the way. Like, lots of people do. It's one of the best designed spacecraft in all of science fiction. And I'll get into why later.
And so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you.
Okay, there's maybe a little polygon or two missing in some of the models used, but it's very little issues.
About the past, the present, as well as your future.
And man, the engines on that thing are loud.
Are you suggesting?
Much louder than even the engines used on the UES Courageous. Yeah, UES Pantagruel's has way louder engines. And because the Imperial Liberation Front and or Noble Alliance is, you know, it's one of two Civil War factions in Erebonia, they too use the UES designation for their ships, so yeah.
You want Reen to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation, we will withdraw peacefully from Ymir. Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not?
He's basically holding his village for ransom. I don't see how Reen would deny that.
Allow me to accept.
Don't be an idiot. This is clearly a trap.
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Balamar, transport...
Are you certain?
Now hold it right there!
Don't worry about me. The odds were against us, and I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back.
Exactly! People need to give Reen a break. He's doing his best, you know? Honestly, they should have joined up with the Noble Alliance in the first place because, you know, it was clear that, you know, Gilead Osborne was the bad guy here, but, and, you know, that the Ironbloods and Reformists were, you know, not the good guys, very much not the good guys. Just my personal thoughts, but, you know, that "are we the baddies" moment comes at the end of the game, pretty much. Also, a lot of the shit the Noble Alliance uses is a lot nicer, let's be honest here.
Very well.
Wait!
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again.
Also, is it... Hang on, I wonder. Is it Vita teleporting them to the ship, or does the ship itself have some kind of orbital teleportation system built into it? I'm imagining since it's hitting everyone at once, it's an orbital teleportation system built into the hull of the ship. Like a dedicated teleporter lift, teleporter lift built into the ship to get onto it? Especially because it would make sense for, you know, how people are able to board this ship at all. So, yeah.
But remember this. You're an Alberea. There is power and dignity in that name, to whatever end you would use it.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm upon this table.
Never mind that. What do you intend to do with my son? And what is a promising young man like your...
We're simply going to borrow young Reen for...
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about.
Though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
But you know...
Reen!
We all finally got back together, too. Why?
Honestly, if he was escorting him, wouldn't the Lemera Provincial Army Supreme Colonel's mech be in front of Reen's? But... like, that bugs me, you know? How they had Supreme Colonel Crow follow behind Valimar. Like, Ordine should be in front since this is the one escorting him, right?
So stay safe.
Just a thought I had. Just out of the blue there. And of course, I kind of do want to see around the Pantagruel. And I can tell he has another plan too. Like, it's not all about just talking with him. Like, he knows where that's where the princess is being kept, and that's what it's really about. But that's all chapter 1. I'm still gonna continue because, yeah, I have like... it's nowhere near half stream yet. And why didn't they load into the hangar with all the other mechs? And yeah, the chains are there simply to keep it from falling off. Of course, you can even see them around Ordine's ankles, I think.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close.
Why do they just keep them tied to the flight deck? Why not just lower them into the hangar?
It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer. Truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
See, and that's something I can tell. Like, they do not want the war to drag on. They want things to go back to normal just like Reen does.
Really?
They just want to be victorious and to, you know, get things back to normal and get the country
We only acted as we did,
rebuild.
due in part to our dearly... He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Like, yeah, sure, the Noble Alliance could be a bit cruel at times, but Goliath Osborne was just... There's just something not right with that guy. And I know I do speak of him in present tense, but you're gonna find out why at the end of the game. Is all I'm gonna say about that. I mean, most people who know about this game already know what I'm talking about. But I'm not gonna spoil it because there are those of you who don't know what I'm talking about. All I'm gonna say is, when you know, you know.
Surely you too noticed this.
Well... I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist...
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more. The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside... You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family.
Like, they have good aims, but the way they did is just wrong. Like, you know, they're the better faction in that, you know, they have a good cause. Like,
let's not forget,
the Reformists...
You're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Gorelia Fortress.
The Reformists are not good people.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible
yeah.
misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply but that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
Yeah.
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
Ain't that the truth?
They're only human. As such, and if that holds true, even it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead. And with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend.
Alright.
Are you trying to?
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you this about Rufus Albarea right now. Sure, I trust Duke Can, but I do not trust Rufus at all. There's something very wrong about that guy. And also, I really do like how the main, nav system is right under the deck. And is fully exposed. Like, just to show it off, pretty much.
And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting. Perhaps I look forward to hearing your answer.
Ain't that the truth? I'm guessing these two Imperial Liberation Front guys are here to escort us. Yeah, they're here to escort us. You know what? I'm gonna check out the Panda Gruel a bit. Whoa! Oh, mama! Oh, hell yeah! Like, I knew it was a nice ship, but damn!
All that's left to be done is end this. Only then will everything that includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting. I look forward to hearing your answer.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I joined them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Alphen. No, this isn't that simple.
Yeah, there's always a caveat.
Think, Crane, think. I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Alphen are... What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming.
Supreme Colonel! Why are you here? Why's Supreme Colonel here?
What do you want?
Yeah, what do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look. I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business? And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
Just give him some damn time.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone.
What's that in your hand, anyway?
grub, of course. Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch. Mind if I join you?
You know,
hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh?
I will admit I love, you know, the rivalry between Crow and Rean was so well done. Like, you know, it's not really special to watch because, you know, you got Rean, this total, this guy who just was dropped in there and just tried to figure stuff out. And is relatively inexperienced, and then you got Crow, the confident battle-hard warrior who has served as one of the main commanders, in fact, the main commander, right under Duke Cayenne of the Lemaire Provincial Army, and just this person who is literally one of the strongest soldiers, one of the single strongest warriors in all of Erebonia's history. Alongside Aurelia Le Guin, alongside Wallace Bardius, alongside, you know, all these other people. Like, I don't know, there's just something cool about that.
I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
In a way, I guess you could consider Crow to be kind of like Char Aznable. Like, he's the experienced soldier. He's, you know, the guy who fights, who has fought for a long time, you know, like, he's that kind of guy. At the end, though, you know, he doesn't, you know, continue, he doesn't come up with a plot to kill everyone if he doesn't get his way and destroy the Earth, no. He just returns back to, well, we're gonna not spoil that, but, you know, he does return to his hometown. And, you know, just to live a quiet life as Baron. He does become Supreme Commander again. He does become Supreme Colonel again. But, like, I will confirm that right now. But, the rest of it I'm not spoiling.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. All right, dig in.
This tastes kind of different from a normal burger. Oh, no wonder. It's got whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, the tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring too. Oh. This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too.
Holy!
I'd probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Jirai, where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching Crow Armbrust from the...
Oh, yeah. Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jirai was that special economic zone in the Northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
We never anything to like that, the Jirai special economic zone.
So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long... What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborne that much? Enough to take his life? Tell me, Crow, please. I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your number one in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee? And don't tell me it's Million, because, you know...
I'm serious, Crow. Think of telling me your past is paying off, because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
This is gonna be some really sad stuff up here.
My past really isn't that big of a deal. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you. So, you really want to know?
It's not gonna be that's all. It's way worse.
Yeah. Nothing you say, please. Tell me.
Alright, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
It's not.
Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it. Like... Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, Northumbria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, until about 20 years ago. That was when the Northumbrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of Northumbria was turned to salt. And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away.
Goddamn.
Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out Northumbria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was like a mom, dad, and your old master. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian
government. And that's how it happened. So first Northumbria gets hit by something that Ouroboros probably did. I'm guessing the Northumbria disaster was Ouroboros' fault.
They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were... But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai.
Yeah, Jirai was just so desperate that... Honestly, they were so desperate that they had no choice. You know, like, they really didn't have much of a choice then. Like...
My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai.
Yeah, See? And that's where things start going south.
Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the Imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all Imperial capital. The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned.
There you go, now my
That
PC's
was
stabilized
when he
again.
showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborne, in
Ugh.
his third year as representative of the Imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army.
And little by little, he took over Jirai until it was basically just part of Lemaire, until it was just basically just another part of the UE.
In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer.
Yep.
And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident. My grandfather.
Oh boy, yeah. See, I told you it was, his backstory was really, really hard stuff. Like this has to be one. Like this has to be one of the most tragic stories behind, you know, all the stuff that happened to Machias, Regnus, and all that.
He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the Empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day.
Yeah, so it's replaced with a baron instead of a mayor.
That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible.
Gileath Osborne. Yup. Yup! So did I.
They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
I don't know what to say, Crow. What happened to him after that? Your grandfather?
One day, he just up and died. Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all, but he lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that. He just lost the will to go on, I guess. Like I said, He was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor.
Yep, that's when I met Duke
And with his
Cayenne.
financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me.
Yep, that's when I met Duke Cayenne, became the new, well, first joined the Provincial Army, and then just worked his way to the top. You know, just fought tooth and claw to get where he is now, as the Supreme Colonel of the Lemaire Provincial Army. Like, you know, he turned a really, really horrible situation into, you know, like, and then he just got out of that. Like, you know, he just dug himself out of that situation, and look where he is now.
That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who would often come to see Cayenne.
So, Cayenne was working with Ouroboros for a real long time then.
She guided me to a place below the city of Ortis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone.
Again, really speaks to his level of power. Like, the Radiant Knight, you know, like there's a difference between, you know, mere students and, you know, professional soldiers. Like, professional, like, battle-hardened warriors like Crow easily could overcome, you know, these trials on their own. They would not need much assistance at all. Whereas Reen needed all the assistance he could get because, again, he was just a mere student. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't a professional.
And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head.
Damn, 16 and Supreme Colonel of the Lemaire. God damn. God damn! Now this guy is a true overachiever. Again, you know, he was dealt a really bad hand and then turned it all around. Just completely, not only turned it around, turned it on its head. And look where he is now, you know. It's a matter of fighting tooth and claw to rise up the ranks to get where you are, as in Crow's case, versus, you know, just being dropped into the cockpit and being dropped into the, you know, command position unwillingly and just having to go with it, as is Reen's case.
Come on now, what's with the face?
Alright, yeah. That
You
is
look
just...
sadder about all this?
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. He is a master at card games, by the way.
I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse.
Alright, there we go.
I studied those problems.
Yeah,
out how to use the
exactly.
situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace. So it's only when that's done that my game is truly over. I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past,
tragic.
okay?
Like, Crow really is a tragic figure, you know?
Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for.
He witnessed firsthand how evil Osborn is, and, you know, he just fought tooth and claw until he could finally try to stop it. You know, he tried, and notice I say he tried to kill him, and, you know, tried to stop it all. Again, no spoilers as to why I'm saying that. It's something that I cannot explain yet, because we aren't there in the game yet. That all comes across after the true final boss.
More than anyone else.
Yeah, but Crow.
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
Alright.
However I want. What else can I even do here?
Huh? What does he mean, however you want? Again, just look at how beautiful these ships are. I noticed, but
There'll be
you
no
know,
guards outside your room, so if you
Imperial
want to try and
ships
escape, be my
glow.
guest.
Imperial ships have blue exhaust. Like the glow of their orbital plasma is blue, but the glow of the orbital plasma from Imperial Liberation Front and/or Noble Alliance ships is green. I don't think there's any meaning behind that, though, really. I think that's just a difference in color. I think it's really just meant to... I think they just make their engines emit different colors so they can identify each other better or something. I don't know. And then there's the Pantagruel. The Pantagruel doesn't even have any visible thrusters because it uses its Tesla drives entirely to fly. Like, everything it does is through its electromagnetic propulsion system, and none of it is done through, yeah, all of it's done through its orbital anti-gravity, you know, systems and its gravicon system and, you know, all that jazz. that allows you to, you know, control gravity and kinetic energy within a, you know, a local flight field. It uses all that to propel itself. It does not use any visible thrusters whatsoever. Very different from the Courageous, which the Courageous has 2 main thrusters in comparison.
Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too. Not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us on.
All of you.
Sounds fun.
I don't know. Will I take on the entire Noble Alliance today? I don't feel like it.
Oh yeah, one more thing.
Especially with those Lehman Special
real
Forces
cute
dudes
visitor in
there.
the guest of honors room on the 2nd floor. I think she'd perk right up if she saw you. So why not go pay her a visit? Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
Alright.
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room. Well, I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon. Right now, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can make my choice after that.
Alright. I think I'm gonna take some time to explore a bit and really look around. I can exit through here, right? Ah, if it isn't Master Lean! Is it something we can help you with? If so, please don't hesitate to ask. Kind of unfair, because the other guys can leave. Alright, so the other 2 are the Supreme Colonials. Not sure what any of these guys are. No, that's Blue Blanc. That's Blue Boy right over there. That's Blue Bro. And then I really do like that fish tank. Sorry. I am getting distracted.
This should be the guest of honors. It sounds like whoever's in there is busy.
Alright. Guest of honor. By guest of honor, I think I'm gonna go get a drink real quick because I have a theory on the guest of honor is.
Right.
But as I said, I have a theory as to who the guest of honor is. So, you know how they have the princess on here? The royal princess? Her Majesty Alphen Reese Arnor? You know how Her Highness is on the ship? I think Her Royal Highness is the guest of honor. What would give me that idea? Well, I don't know. The way they, well, I don't know. A certain provincial army supreme colonel gives me that idea. More so with how he outright seemed to have spoiled it. And or just outright seemed to have implied it. I don't know. More of implied than spoiled because he didn't outright name her. Well, he didn't mention Alphen by name or anything.
Right. I can sense someone in.
Yeah. Princess Alphen is definitely the one. Who's the guest of honor? I absolutely think it's Princess Alphen. It's gotta be. Alright.
Come on in if you like.
Yeah.
That sounds like. Excuse me.
Supreme Colonel Scarlet of the Croydon Provincial Army? Just gonna guess here? It is! Hell yeah, I was right. Ding 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 ding! I am a genius. No, not really.
Hello there, love.
I'm a dumbass, but sometimes I get these right.
I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to. Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they?
Yeah!
Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too.
They
Your
are,
family is a baron,
technically,
isn't he?
but...
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard...
What kind of family did you come from, then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's... They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering, it's written...
Well, I can't deny... I heard that you lost your hometown.
Oh, No, I suppose it must have...
So...
Some things are better. It's not as if knowing would...
I suppose.
You're so adorable. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girl?
Please, stop. Anyway, thank you for the... It wasn't just made with high-quality leaf.
You're very welcome.
Oh, actually, I may as well... Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
Whoa!
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be
Wait
talking about
up!
some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian...
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine.
So she was studying to be a girl's ritter.
Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was
So
complete.
she wanted to become a girl's ritter originally, but...
Oh?
But then ended up in the... provincial army and just working her way up there. Whoops.
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be.
Yeah, a lot
I wonder how much
friendlier.
of what she was saying about being a sister was true. She seemed to really hate the Chancellor.
Yeah.
I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone.
She's sweet, though. Like, she's a very...
I can sense someone inside. Judging by the fact that S is in the next room.
This is probably another one of the Supreme Colonels?
It's open.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, and he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name. But to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. Got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity. How many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take? We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Pretty much, yeah.
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds, but the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame them for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was
yeah.
his game. Are the members who haven't left?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me, I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight, and teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista. But I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid. Being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. The crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war,
Ain't
do
that
you?
the truth?
That's enough of the niceties. you've got time to worry about us.
And you know, I'm
you
good.
to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them. You've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. But we'll work through
Make sure
this.
to think
We
long and
definitely
hard
will.
before you and if we end up as enemies again, on the battlefield, I mean.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid. Still. Yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
What job would that be? Wonder, what does Norcia Provincial Army's Supreme Colonel
right
want
through
with
me.
me?
He's not wrong, though. I should be... He seemed kind of different, though.
Yeah.
His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Yake. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. But you know, I will say this, you know, since I've seen, here's the thing about Gilead Osborne, or Gilead Osborne. I did not like the guy, the minute I saw him. I knew something was off with him. Like, something just didn't sit right with me at all. And, you know, like, the creepy, ominous music that would play over him, like the way that he was designed, like, I don't know, it was just all... It all just screamed something is majorly wrong with this guy. And after hearing the stories from all the Provincial Army Supreme Colonels, especially Crow, after hearing, you know, after seeing firsthand Provincial Army warriors getting harassed for doing their jobs, after, you know, by the railway military police, after seeing all the other things all the other crazy stunts he pulled, I could definitely agree. Something's very wrong with that guy. Something is incredibly wrong with, what's his face? With, Osborne, Gilead Osborne. And as such, I definitely do not trust a single thing with that guy at all. Like, something's very, very wrong there, for sure.
Good day to you, Reinschwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable.
Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you.
Ain't that the truth?
Ah, and speaking of opportunities, you've been blessed with the rare...
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself.
I would say most beloved, but...
Nothing alcoholic, though. Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Oliver.
Ha! Indeed. There are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of
okay,
and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love,
ain't that the truth?
He forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
Yeah.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you. It would have changed your view.
It really does sound amazing.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal?
Well, actually, here's the thing. Hear me out. It might be corrupt, but you know, some of the things he shares are very interesting. Like, that is an interesting thing, you know? And it's a big reason why I'm going to cover, both of the first two Trails of the Sky games in the future. Not covering the third, because the third sucks. But the first two? Absolutely. Not the third, because the third is garbage. There is no such game as Trails of the Sky 3. And okay, actually no. 3's not as bad as most people say it is. But it's very action-oriented, and that just doesn't make it as good, unfortunately. So yeah.
He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
I don't know, I might try Ys 8 too, Lacrimosa of Dana. I've just been into Falcom a lot recently because, I don't know, I just enjoyed their games. Like, I've just enjoyed a lot of stuff they do.
A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects read. There. I was able to steal. Perhaps I stole your heart as well.
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself.
More than just wary, he downright hates him. He hates him just as much as the Noble Alliance does. So you know what? That makes two people who hate the Reformists. Or two factions who hate the Reformists. Crimson Wings and the Noble Alliance. And for largely the same reasons, as they both realize that the Chancellor and, you know, that the Chancellor is a very, very bad man and has some truly pure evil intentions. that needed to be stopped, you know? Oh, trust me, he becomes a lot more evil once it gets into Cold Steel 3 and 4. Osborn becomes a lot more evil then.
But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then.
And, yeah, where's the Imperial Navy's flagship?
Although the Duke's got some nerve.
It hasn't been there at all!
With him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some Emperor Drycles as a late arrival to the war. I wonder, does Prince Oliver think himself as the second coming of Drycles?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy.
Yep.
Just a fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you.
You know what, the more and more...
We believed then, as we still do, that one day, you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
Remember when in the first half of the first game, I was just like mysterious politician dude with big pauldrons, with, you know, gold pauldrons and the fancy jacket? Because I did not know that was actually Oliver Reese Arnor. Now it's very refreshing to know that that is Oliver Reese Arnor. And by the way,
I don't think he does.
Much like Reed's voiced by Sean Chiplock, who is also Dante, and Trunks, and Rivali, and a bunch of our very noble characters. Oliver Reese Arnor's voice actor is Matthew Mercer, who is Leon S. Kennedy, and a bunch of other people like that. Surprise, surprise!
From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Drycles.
But yeah. Oliver Reese Arnor's voice actor is Matthew Mercer, who's also Leon S. Kennedy in Resident Evil. He's also, what else? Kree in Overwatch. Most famously, it's High Noon. He's in a lot. Matthew Mercer's in a lot of different stuff.
Oh, do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things.
Ha! I'm pleased to hear it. I will be waiting at the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
And by then he has learned how to, somewhat... Like, he can, hold off the effects, the, mental draining and insanity effects of the virus. Now for a little while? But
Having to travel to
it
and from
quickly,
Prescott like this is utterly exhausting. No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
She sounds awfully familiar.
Who goes there? Wait! You're the Ash...
I remember you now.
And just like all the other members of Ouroboros, she's utterly insane. Or, well, most of them. Phantom Thief Blue Blanc's not really insane. He's just dramatic and showy and flashy. Not really insane, though. Nah, he's actually the most well-adjusted of them, in my opinion. The rest of them are just pure insanity, and just... Which, again... Most secret societies are not, you know, almost made up entirely of just psychotic, battle-crazed soldiers. You know, who seem to be hand-selected from some government's military. You know, some country's military, you know. Which, again, is why I, you know, have the whole theory about Ouroboros being actually special forces of a hostile nation that wants to take over all of Zemuria. Just because it makes so much sense when you think about how, you know, Ouroboros has a bunch of insane people who seem to have been handpicked, who seem to have been either captured and, you know, reanimated and all. You know, like, Arianhad, after she was reanimated and brainwashed. Or, you know, people who are just were involved in all sorts of super soldier programs and stuff that turned them completely insane. You know, really makes you wonder what's going on there. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Whenever you, you know, stop to consider that they might be some special forces thing.
You're with Ouroboros, Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced? You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear! Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in, though. Sorry about that.
Good God.
So, now that we're understood, what do you want? Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Can you not jump to conclusions?
Can you not constantly jump to conclusions? I get you're crazy, but holy! Just stop the presses for 1 minute!
Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own, but for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
So it is that they have a shared common goal. So Ouroboros does have a shared common goal with the Noble Alliance. Like, there's a bigger plan that the Noble Alliance and Ouroboros have together, and somehow she is involved in it. This is getting interesting.
Plan? I'm not sure. Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde.
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the 7th, not the 2nd. She is the leader of the Stahlritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful. She's the strongest knight of all. And oh, she's simply divine.
This sounds like watching a blue check describe Elon Musk. I mean, like, seriously, it is that level of just fanatical worship. And yeah, I know I did make that joke. But really, that was the first thing that came to my mind, you know? Which is why I stopped using Twitter altogether in the first place. Like, it was already pretty toxic, but under the new ownership, it just became so dangerous and so just nasty to the point where I just cannot use it at all.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is.
So the head of the stall ritter is also a woman?
But seriously, the blue check cult is just... Yeah, I don't even know where to go with those people. Dear God. Actual pure insanity. And I think I mentioned this before, like some of the Palm Plaza VR chat streams too, but... Yeah, just... No, is all I'm gonna say to that.
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Okay, I get it. She's strong.
Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stallritter. But she really
Yeah.
does seem like
Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Got you thinking.
It's almost as if Saint Sandlot got captured by Ouroboros and brainwashed and manipulated and modified in so many horrific ways after being found, you know, fully regenerated inside of her Divine Knight. After being killed like 300 years ago. Probably around the 1187 when Ouroboros, or 1182 when Ouroboros started doing operations in the first place? When the, you know, when the Special Forces group that often likes to call itself Secret Society despite seeming more like a Special Forces military regiment, started its operations in 1182?
Maiden.
Oh wait! Because that's exactly what happened. But, you know.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
And with that, I believe that's enough idle chatter. If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such,
Alright.
we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
You just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the society's leader, the Grandmaster.
Yeah, the Grandmaster. I have several theories about them. They might be the Governor General of Le Mans, who's in charge of the military dictatorship there. I mean,
And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness.
and again with the darkness stuff, like, I don't know why, but it's almost as if they always select damaged people who are like corrupted, damaged, and like, you know, who are like either corrupted, damn near insane, or just like unstable in some way or another. Like, it seems like the less mentally stable you are, the more Ouroboros seems to like choosing you. Which again, most secret societies would pick people who are mentally stable in comparison. Like, they wouldn't pick people who are burdened by some kind of, you know, insanity, darkness, really, really screwed up past, serious trauma, or any of that. Which again, really shows that Ouroboros is, you know, not the society it claims to be. That it's like some kind of like military op. Like it's some kind of either a spec ops unit or like, yeah, actually that's some kind of like special forces, like military unit of some kind of nation. That is specifically handpicked from, you know, from people who are, you know, the most unstable in that nation's armed forces, and the most unstable around the world, because they also will just also pick any old loon off the street in any country and just put them in their force. So yeah, the more I learn about Ouroboros, the more and more screwed up it becomes. Like, Jesus. Like, you know, I thought Ouroboros couldn't get any worse. Come on, even the DG cult is better than this. You know, even the DG cult was way better than this. Hell, even most satanic cults are better than this. So Ouroboros is just plain out just monsters through and through. Just evil upon evil upon evil, and just heartlessness upon heartlessness upon heartlessness. Like, where's the nastiness and just sickening behavior end with them?
But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, alright? I'm quite strong.
How did we easily defeat you then?
I didn't say you weren't. But it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of righteousness.
I'll thank you not to spout such nausea. Now get the hell out of my room!
Really sincere, but also really unstable.
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden. Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden?
Yeah, she is, but Ouroboros done some really just horrendously unethical, immoral, and just flat out wrong experiments on people.
Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during...
I'm 90% sure they are the same person, but that's neither nor there.
I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
What the? Ah? Vulcan? Oh, it's... Oh, it's the Fixer! Sapphire!
Have a seat.
AKA the Noble's little helpers. So called that because Sapphire is literally contracted by nobles everywhere to deal with the stuff that they do not want to use their provincial armies on themselves.
Bourbon? I suppose not.
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now.
You know, off the battlefield...
Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day than sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely declare. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Yeah, that would be way too much. All I'm gonna say that is, no thanks. Easy pass.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. He seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night.
Yeah, but that's the only place I'd actually be able to take you down. Otherwise, yeah, no.
Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
And don't forget, she was the youngest
Aww.
of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
Leo and Zeno are just such nice guys.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too.
Remember, they're bounty hunters who often do things for nobles that aren't, you know, all that great, like killing off opposition and stuff, but, you know, even then, still very nice guys.
Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still
I like him.
She has plenty of time to
Plus,
develop on
their
that front if she so
their character designs are really cool looking too. Especially Zeno and his fingerless gloves. Which, fun fact, Azrael Nightingale does have fingerless gloves. Like, my main OC does have purple fingerless gauntlets. That, unfortunately I do not show very often, but unless you're on my Discord, then you will see a full body drawing of him. But yeah, he does have them. But yeah, I just love their designs. Really cool looking.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child.
Then again, Sylphid was a legendary bounty hunter who did many contracts, not only, you know, do your standard get rid of opposition work, and, you know, assassinations and all that, but also sometimes coming into the defense of towns that were being, you know, attacked by people, too.
And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did after your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean?
Like, they have every reason to be proud of her. Like, she's a legend. In my opinion, anyway.
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
Why you applied? Of course not!
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it.
What the hell, man?
I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well...
Of course we didn't! My God!
We had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
All right. I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Yep.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand, you're sure you haven't tried to make any moves on her?
Absolutely sure. Reed is I'm absolutely sure.
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers. I was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee. Oh well.
He is kind. She is kind of the pride and joy of the company. One of the biggest private security corporations in Erebonia. Of course they're gonna care about her. Alright, which one should I pick?
Huh?
Let's see what's behind door number 1.
Circumstances. I imagine it must be one of the people. Huh? It's empty. Weird.
What the?
Oh.
So that's where they're keeping that android. The little robot girl.
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child.
Honestly, I think we should leave it alone
12,
before it starts
13?
up.
How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you?
It booted up? Does the android... Is Altina using some kind of sensors to detect our presence?
Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
No, I think she was talking right
Situation
to me.
Assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagram. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Guess she's sleeping comfortably enough here. And again, she needs it at her age. Wait.
Huh?
Good morning?
Wien Schwarzer, why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then. Clown Soleus.
Hang on, no.
Whoa! Can we at least...
No mercy for
Ow.
So you claim to have no inappropriate...
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance.
No! No, I didn't!
Jesus, man!
How many times do I have to explain what happened before you'll believe me?
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't...
Oh, right. Then what was all that? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
Yeah, who are you? Other than android.
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to... And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
Yeah, what is that thing exactly,
The Black
though?
Workshop.
What?
Rhineford Black Workshop.
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells.
So you are a robot.
And loaned? That makes it sound like, I suppose it's none of my business. Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not. The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. I'm guessing that the other guy is another Spec Ops, is another, Lemon Spec Ops dude. And Ouroboros dude. Only because most of the main provincial army or Imperial Liberation Front dudes are down there. And we talked to them all. We talked to Supreme Colonel Scarlet, we talked to Supreme Colonel what's his face? We talked to Supreme Colonel Crow, we talked to Supreme Colonel Vulcan. You know, we talked to them all. So we talked to the Norcia Provincial Army Supreme Colonel. We talked to the, what's his face Supreme, oh, I can never remember it. The Norcia Provincial Army Supreme Colonel. We talked to the, Croatian Provincial Army Supreme Colonel. The, it was literally the Lemaire Provincial Army Supreme Colonel who brought us those, burgers and then proceeded to eat them with us. And you know, one thing you will comment about Scarlet is I was expecting her to be this big, scary provincial army girl. You know, like, I was expecting her to be just as serious as she was when she was serving in the, the Croatian Provincial Army and ordering, all those soldiers around and stuff. And making sure that everything in Croatian went smoothly like clockwork. But no, she's actually really nice. In fact, really nice. Like, she's actually got quite a big heart under there.
I can sense someone inside. What the?
It's affecting your virus, man. It's the mutant, isn't it?
Huh?
Oh, it's you. Forgot you were staying here too.
Ah, it's the super soldier dude.
Yeah. What was that?
Which again, the fact that Ouroboros promotes people to enforcers based on whether or not they have screwed up pasts or are like, you know, super soldiers, or just, you know, other such just horribly affected and disfigured people, and just people with all sorts of just trauma and darkness in their past, really shows that, you know, Ouroboros is not this wonderful society they claim to be, that they're this, that they're actually something much more sinister, like this, like a special forces unit that, or something of that nature, only because, again, secret societies would not promote people based on that. They would usually promote people based on enlightenment, and, you know, whether or not you are enlightened according to them. Whereas in Ouroboros, it's based on how insane, psychotic, and, you know, willing to follow orders you are. So it really seems like, yeah, they're much more of like this military regiment operating under someone else in this secret society. Like, they have the goal of either annexing countries directly or weakening them to allow others to be annexed, to allow them to be annexed easier. And it seems like the reason they want to collect these septarians is so that their parent country, the country they are part of, the country whose military they're part of, can have unlimited power and can basically, you know, threaten everyone to submission and, you know, manipulate the world outright. And, you know, just make the entire world capitulate and bow to them. Like, yeah, there's something truly evil going on there. Something just truly just twisted and evil through and through, and something's very rotten in Le Mans. That's all I'm gonna say about my current theory regarding Ouroboros.
It's gone now, anyway.
Something's very rotten there.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass.
I don't like your attitude, sir.
So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Berea Hard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time. But what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kind of hard to put into words.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch.
Huh?
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic. And I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
It's actually the product of, you know, the screwed up, you know, demonic genes that were injected into him via a virus, similar to what Reen has, but, you know.
Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Well... True. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
Yeah, because your parents kinda lied about your past, Reen. They didn't... Again, that's more spoilers I don't even want to talk about. There's a lot of stuff I can't talk about yet, okay? Like, a lot of stuff I can't talk about regarding this game yet that I am currently hiding. I can't wait to start talking about.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them. Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas.
Like the virus in the case of you and Reen.
Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Ah, okay.
Oh. There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer.
Oh yeah, the reason Reen has this scar is that he was shot at a very young age. By a group of Jaegers. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah, we're done.
Thanks for your time.
I don't like your attitude though,
Oh, yeah.
sir.
So how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
His circumstances seem very different from mine.
So they actually modified him until he has no humanity left.
It'll all make sense.
So not only that, because so yeah, he was involved in the same project that Reen was ejected to save his life. They literally modified his body so much to the point where he went completely insane. And he also lost literally... And he lost all of his humanity. Very little of him is human at all. In fact, there's no humanity left in him at all. It's all gene modified now, and yeah. Yeah, it's just a really bad situation all around. Reen is still 75% human in comparison. Like, he's not all human, but he is more human. Considerably more human than McBurn is.
I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day.
Alright. I guess this is it. Is it really the moment of truth? It is! Alright, so now it's time for a moment of truth. Who is our guest of honor? Who is this guest of honor that lies behind door number 69? Well, let's find out.
I think the maid's finished working in there now. I wonder who's using this room though.
Huh?
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
That sounds like...
Her Highness?
Excuse me.
Strange, it's not our usual theme. The one that goes da 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 la la da 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 da. Like, it's not our usual theme that's playing. It's this one. Huh, that's a little weird.
But I didn't dare to hope.
It's you. It's really, really you.
Yep.
Your Highness.
I mean, how did you get here? This all feels like a dream.
God, I honestly feel like Reen. Yeah, she's the obsessive Amy Rose type, alright.
Please don't tell me it is. I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for but I'm not going anywhere.
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah. I was happy.
Yeah, we were literally trying to get the band back together so we could come save you.
But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto the ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Strange as it may sound, after all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Damn right. And now...
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right? She's not on this ship, I'm afraid.
What?
I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere.
Shit. Not good!
And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Yeah, not good. God damn it.
Really?
So now we gotta find the sis.
I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel
But
exactly
unfortunately,
the same way even.
why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance, by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up, using you like that.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
But at the expense of your own feelings?
Like, there's no soundproofing to my office or anything. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud about something, because
I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Reen?
huh?
Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Absolutely not.
Well, I'm really not sure what to do.
Absolutely not. No, that's not what we
The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being...
That wasn't your fault, Reen.
Ever since I was taken in by my family, I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son. You saw that power of mine, didn't you?
Well,
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. She should have been terrified of me. But if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me... And that was when I swore, deep within my... No matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise. If I should put her before everything else. Even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Reen.
He's such a good person. I'm so sorry.
As your honorary little sister, I order you to...
What? Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do.
Oh, boy.
In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Reen, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you. And she even told me that, while she hated because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was.
Yeah.
She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her. More than anything else, she wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward,
yeah,
she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Reen, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
How could I have been so blind? All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai. All my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious? I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways.
Yeah.
Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me. How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Better to realize late than never, I suppose. Because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
Spirit unification. What that means is that now he can mutate at will. He can mutate into virus mode at will.
I'm fine. And I've got you to thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my... So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
Alright.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end. Take care of yourself, Rean. I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please... Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this ship, so stay close to me.
Alright. So, let's get off the ship.
Right.
After all, that's what I was truly here for. Alright, here we go.
So, do you have an escape plan?
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the... He's chained up there. But if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Yeah, they had to secure Valimar to the ship.
Alright then.
Make sure he doesn't fall off.
I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway.
So, we're gonna need to battle through Ouroboros,
There are a lot of very strong people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Not to worry.
Weirdo Ouroboros dudes who, again... Yeah, not gonna harp on it anymore, but... A lot of things they just scream like weird Special Forces regiment made up of particularly unstable people just for sake, who are chosen specifically because they are more willing to take orders and are, or rather, are more fanatical and unstable, thus,
This looks like...
you know, are unstable to the point of being easier to manipulate, pretty much.
Thought so. It's a vent.
And easier to
Well, that's
aura
convenient.
around. Like, that's what a lot of them seem to be chosen on, is just sheer bloodlust and,
Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship,
and
you think?
stability. And then there's also, of course, you know, the 3 supreme colonels of, like, the Norcia, Croizen, and Lemare provincial armies on here. And there's that fire, and then there's that weirdo, Noble Alliance android girl.
I can't very well ask a princess.
Nonsense, Reen. Of course you can.
But it's going to be all dark inside.
A little bit of darkness. I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first?
No, definitely. Well, as long as you're all right with it. You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
And there she goes, being down horrendous, as always.
I'm surprised. It's not dirty
Like,
at all
she's
in
not
here.
even down bad.
Maybe it's because the ship's newly built?
Like, down bad doesn't even begin to describe her. What she is down horrendous.
Oh, there's a corner.
We must be past the guest area then.
So this is the main, more engineering-y section.
Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship, at least.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Anyway, here's hoping we can make it to the deck without getting caught.
What is it?
Soldiers are coming this way.
It feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty nerve-wracking having to be around them all.
I just wish I could get to see Princess Alphen in person.
Oh.
What?
Too late!
Good luck, Green!
Here I go!
How we defeat these warriors?
Now's our chance!
Ha! Gladly!
Like, her entire thing is just arts.
Arcus, activate!
Alright, Insanity Trigger. Let's go! Oh!
Let's move.
It's actually quite powerful, okay. And Jesus, her and Keflin bar.
Huh.
Okay.
Huh. Let's move.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate! That was splendid!
Oh, they're strong.
Alright, let's
right
get out of
behind
here
us.
before the Lemon Special Forces guys, aka Ouroboros. And, you know, the Noble Alliance and the 4 Provincial Army Supreme Colonels, or, well, 3 now, because Gideon's dead. So, it's only Crow, Scarlet, and Vulcan. Crow of Lemare, Scarlet of Croizen, and Norcia's Vulcan left, as far as, you know, Provincial Army Supreme Colonels are concerned.
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, let's be going.
Good.
So that tells me we're gonna have to fight through the provincial army. Modify ornament. Okay, let's see. Oh, Jesus, her slots are actually pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I put a demonic scythe in there. Oh, good night, damn it, Bang Bang. I knew he got soft locked there. You shouldn't have to make every dead body have a collider. Just a side note to Bomb Presto. Do not. Oh, god damn it.
Good luck, Green.
Let's move.
They have automated security. Okay. Okay, we can work with this.
Gladly.
Too slow. Let's move.
Power of the Dara. There we go.
It's my turn.
Here I go.
That was splendid.
Oh, this ain't good.
Are they mechanical monsters?
They're called archaisms.
Yeah, even more. Yeah, even more. You know, proof that the quote-unquote secret society, though, is really more of a spec ops unit than anything else.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way.
A spec ops unit, which, yeah, more of a twisted spec ops military unit that is like specifically chosen from the most unstable people. We should have brought a weapon for her.
Bring it on. Let's move.
Gladly. Arcus, activate.
Jesus, she's so powerful.
We'll cut our own path. I did it!
And I love how, Reed's general theme seems to be burning flames and rage a lot of the time. Like, a lot of his attacks are all about burning flames and rage. More warriors. I know what to do.
2 soldiers, 1 military monster.
Stay back, please.
Right. Good luck, Green.
My turn.
Right.
Oh, god damn it.
Here we go. There.
Right.
That's why doing with actual military is such a pain. They can heal each other.
Here I go. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
I'm shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet.
You can get lost on this ship very easily. It's seriously that big.
Good luck, Green.
My turn. There.
Oikaba! I sometimes use off-leaf cutters, sometimes carver, it all depends.
Right.
I'm guessing arts is a basic requirement of being a noble, though, because a lot of them are very well trained in using arts. Like, a lot of high-up, like, politicians, like princes and stuff, all use arts very well. So I'm guessing that being high up in government requires you to somehow use arts? I don't know. Like, just as a self-defense measure, like, that's just standard? And that's what I'm guessing. Like, it would make sense lore-wise.
Gladly.
Let's move.
Good luck, Green.
My turn.
Okay, let's battle scope this. What the hell are these guys?
Yeah.
Calling for aid. Oh no.
It's my turn.
I think I know what that means. I think that means we need to get rid of that thing now.
Here I go.
Bro, you can't hit me, and I'm right in front of you. Those aren't smart missiles, they're dumb missiles.
You're finished.
That was splendid.
I am Stringer, the Great Destroyer!
Hopefully this will
Sorry,
lead
I
to the
had to do the Duo Maxwell Angel of Death meme again. Because seriously, I just killed like 90% of the crew. Well, not 90%, but a good amount of them. And you know what? I'm not sorry. You know, what they've done to... You know, what they've done to the princess is just not right. That stuff's not right.
How did you get ahead of us?
This is right above the main reactor.
I'll freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to, but not even in my wildest dream.
You're a bold one, I'll give you.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either. You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Duvalie the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
Ha ha! Princess Alphin is one of this nation's most... You surely couldn't have thought that I, the Phantom Thief, would allow you to steal her from us, could you?
Knowing that the LSF and Noble Alliance have some common goal they're working towards, some common plan they're working on achieving, I knew you wouldn't make it easy. Like, I knew you wouldn't make it easy, knowing that there was some common plan they're working towards, but still.
I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into
So yeah.
his ear and tempted him to run away with me.
Yeah, there's a... Yeah, like, I knew they wouldn't make it easy, because, again, the LSF and Ouroboros and the Noble Alliance, they have a common plan. Duvalie straight up admitted it. So, whatever that plan is, I'm not so sure. But I guess we'll figure out, I don't know.
Oh my, you no doubt.
I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form.
Really now?
They're actually hitting it off.
But yeah, they definitely have some plan they're doing here.
I think that's enough
So
messing
they
around
definitely
for
would
one
not
day.
make it easy. And does anyone realize we're staying right above the main reactor?
You're an enforcer.
Well, I guess everyone knows that, but still.
And behave.
But still.
Ha ha! I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just let Blue Blanc be lovable Blue Blanc, you know?
Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough. I find the many mysteries...
You may think yourself a swordsman.
Are you sure you can do this?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh.
Small? The difference in our... Then allow me to make you realize
The one being foolish and arrogant.
My.
Green?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. No. Everyone who's done anything to aid us in coming this...
What's happened?
Could this be your ogre power?
8 leaders, 1 blade school, intermediate level. I, Green Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
I will enjoy this.
This is his
Oh yeah,
power?
his oh yeah. And in virus mode, he is permanently buffed.
Arcane Gale!
Yeah, Ouroboros might be. Look, you guys know Ouroboros might be, you know, you know, Ouroboros might be some kind of weird, you know, special forces regiment that pretends to be a secret society that is based entirely around around, you know, getting the most unstable of Zemuria into, you know, one tiny little regiment and just using them to destroy countries from within and make them easier to annex. But you guys are nothing compared to this. And damn, this music. I love Reen's mutant form music, by the way. Fatal Flame Impact.
Burn to ash!
Fall! Have some of...
Let's move!
Honestly, I think we are...
How can this be happening? What is...
Ha ha ha! So you finally conquered your power?
Green.
Forgive me, Your Highness.
What for?
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
Whoa, what's going on here?
The Supreme Colonels are even terrified
I
of us.
don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
So...
We'll make our way directly to the deck. Are you alright, Your Highness?
Yes! Perfectly! My heart just feels as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine.
Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
You're here too.
You got some real guts, but you ain't getting past.
Zephyr's guard shall not be
What
The targets have broken our line of...
I'm sorry about that, Your Highness.
I'm fine. But, can I hold on to you a little tighter?
Of course.
Targets in sight. Commence my suspicions outlining you as an
Can you not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please?
He just took down that robot in one hit.
Target lost. I may have underestimated you in more ways than one.
Oh, I see. This is his. You see, what he was using there was Rage Ogre mode before. This that he's using now is True Ogre mode, where he's able to draw out the full potential of the virus, the full potential of his super soldier abilities.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice, but...
I know you didn't, but she seemed even... How could you, Reen?
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't change the subject.
Jesus, Reen.
That's the Ashen Knight? Isn't that... Crow?
Huh. You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know? 1 minute you're down in the dumps, the next...
So, the Lemera Provincial Army Supreme Colonel was the only one of the Provincial Army Supreme Colonels that actually tried to track me down. And he has the Ouroboros insane mutant bro next to him. Alright.
Well, I can't deny it. But she wasn't the only one. There was my sister, our classmates, even you, in a sense.
Alright.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do. But I think you get priority here, right?
Yeah, let me have this one.
Your Highness.
All right.
This is your first time fighting me without the map. With our Divine Knights, let's see who wins.
Sounds good to me. You managed to win against 3 of us. But it's just you and me now.
Go away.
Once again.
Alright. You ready, Reen?
Here I go.
Alright, Supreme Colonel of the Lemera Provincial Army versus Resourcer. Oh Jesus!
Here we go.
He's bleeding out.
Marcus, activate. Huh. My turn. My turn. Camera on my blade.
Not bad. Sit.
My turn.
Too easy.
I think Lemera Provincial Army might want to hire someone to replace you soon.
Here we go. There.
Too easy.
Oh my god, is it glitching again? Yeah, it was glitching. It's annoying when it does that.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. There.
Damn. That's what I can really do.
I just took down the Lemaire Provincial Army Supreme Colonel. My god.
You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
I am...
You fought pretty well yourself. It couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this. Why did this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
We finally caught up to you.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
But I think you may have been slightly too reckless this time.
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness.
Hey, don't be too rough with... Look sharp.
I cannot believe I won against Crow.
Crimson Wings? Ugh.
What are you all?
Sorry for the wait, Green.
Yo, we're here to save the day.
You caught us all off guard back in...
So this time, we opted to take the initiative.
We meet again, Severing Chains.
Actually, no.
And I see you brought the
On
proper
second
light
thought,
beam.
Sharon Kruger is the most stable person. Well, Blue Blanc and Sharon Kruger are the most stable people in Ouroboros. Like, they're the least insane ones. But that's generally because they... But that's generally because, like, they're, like, the two of the earliest members before whatever parent nations started having Ouroboros select people from different countries off of, you know, instability and bloodlust. And, you know, just instability, bloodlust, and, you know, pure ability to take orders without question.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big...
We couldn't ask for a more impressive.
Here it comes again.
Ah. Only this time he's not an enemy.
Your lordship. Uncle Victor.
No, this time...
It's good to see you, and it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear. You're...
This time, Viscount Arcade is our ally.
Huh. Well, you're strong. Very strong.
Health, immeasurable. Basically, we couldn't... even Reen in his true ogre mode would probably not be able to take him down. He would probably not be able to defeat him.
That's quite the nod coming from the blazing demon himself. I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros. And why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden's equal.
Well, I know who I'm...
Don't you go forgetting about us now.
You're all here too?
Are you okay?
This gotta be one complicated fight.
Looks like we've landed in the middle of something pretty crazy.
And not a moment too soon.
Yeah, we got...
You came!
Glad to see you're all right. You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy.
Gaten. You guys were having that much fun, huh?
And with our Princess Reen?
Yeah.
To think we were so worried about you.
Oh my
You're not
god.
supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you... Crow, you're here.
Yeah, he just got defeated. Pretty bad.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though.
That is the question. I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
So, Crow wants a round 2, even though I literally defeated him.
Oh, doesn't sound like much fun at all.
I could never turn down a party.
That sounds simply wonderful.
I'll bring the booze.
Oh yeah, the virus has a time limit, by the way.
Ah! No, no, no! Can't one of you take this a little more seriously?
This is getting us nowhere. Look who does...
Krianos.
Welcome. Your overall ability as a witch might still be lacking. I must apologize for as displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger.
You're no fun.
Vida.
Can't say I understand why we should.
Yeah, because that's all Ouroboros speaks
not
about
our place
most of the
to
time,
question
is just
orders
killing people just for sake of it. A lot of them have very sadistic bloodlust tendencies because of the fact that most of them are chosen based on the amount of darkness and instability they have.
Okay, see if...
Next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
Yep, I know.
Aww, I was kinda hoping we'd be able to talk some more.
expect would...
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not. You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh.
I like him.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
Next time we meet, Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yeah, don't come to our state county.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valimar. So unless you're up for another beatdown, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same... I did think he sounded familiar. It must have been because I'd...
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
But why would the Again!
You really did that?
Like, I'm not even gonna bring up his high-ranking position in the Lamera Provincial Army and in the Noble Alliance as a whole. But
Crow. There's no
Crow
shame in admitting that you care, you know.
does seem to at least care about Reen.
And if I might be so bold as to offer word, get Valimar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
Correct choice of armaments is indeed paramount. Selecting one of the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like my Tachi are the heart and soul of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade style swordsmanship.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise, and even you, Crow.
If that's how you want it, I'd like to see you try.
So...
Courageous! Full speed ahead!
Commence retreat from this airspace!
What the hell? So we finally saved Alphen from the Noble Alliance. And managed to beat Crow. But yeah, Reen and Crow are one of the best rivalries ever written. Like, seriously, the it's not only do they have a positive effect on each other, but they also have, you know, they just have such a positive effect on each other. And, you know, it's a real positive driving force for Reen to really grow and expand too. You know, to beat the Supreme Colonial of the Lemaire Provincial Army eventually. Very well written. I like that. But that is very interesting what they mentioned in Ouroboros about the plan. So obviously Ouroboros and Noble Alliance have some kind of plan they're working towards. An unstable. So yeah, we have an unstable special forces unit that often seems like secret society, though that's really questionable given how, you know, openly just flat out crazy, insane, cruel, militaristic, and unstable they are. And now they focus entirely around, you know, promoting people based on their bloodlust and war drive, and, you know, just bloodlust and the level of, you know, yeah, level of darkness and insanity in them, and based on who is the most, you know, based on who is the most crazy, sadistic, and just flat out murderous of them. And, you know, they just use a lot of military terminology and are very much following the orders of some kind of military superior above them. And the Noble Alliance, a team of, you know, objectively the better side in the war. Like, you know, objectively the better side who likes the better side who hates Gileath Osborne and everything he stands for because they realize that Gileath Osborne is evil. Yeah, the Reformers like Gileath Osborne and his ideals. The Noble faction, the Noble Alliance hates Gileath Osborne and his ideals. That's the entire reason the Imperial Liberation Front, or Noble Alliance, was formed, was because of Gileath Osborne and how evil his ideas were, and how objectively just evil his ideals were. And, you know, that's why the Imperial Liberation Front and or Noble Alliance was formed, was to stop Gileath Osborne and to make sure that he wouldn't be able to ruin Erebonia. Too bad it failed in the end, but, you know, it was a valiant effort.
Thanks for all you've done, Valimar. I'll be counting on you if anything else comes up.
Acknowledged. Prepare yourself for your next encounter with the Azure.
Don't worry, I will. We lost last time, but I know that's not all I'm capable of.
I eagerly await your results.
Looks like he went to sleep.
So, this is what the Great Ashen Knight looks like up. I've heard all manner of rumor about it, but I never expected I'd stand in the presence of a legend.
Yeah, that's the real Ashen Knight.
To thank you enough.
Also, it's so nice being on the Imperial Navy's flagship again.
Really? And that goes for everyone else, too. Thanks for coming to rescue me, guys.
I will say, the Noble Alliance's flagship is much fancier than the Imperial Navy's.
We're just happy you're okay.
Just don't scare us like that again, alright?
Like, I like the Imperial Navy's flagship, the Courageous, you know, as much as the next guy. But just look at the Noble Alliances. Like, their flagship, you know, they're not only their flagship, but their headquarters. Because, you know, that's where the anti-Osborne faction, the faction that was trying to fight against Osborne and his oppressive policies had all their main offices, had all their main people, like all three of the main supreme colonels of the Croydon, Lemaire, and Norcia provincial armies were on there. You know, Scarlet, Crow and Vulcan, respectively. Scarlet for Croizen, Crow for Lemaire, and Vulcan being Norcia, obviously. And, you know, where all the Ouroboros dudes who were collaborating with them restore as well. I'll talk more about the Ouroboros thing in the end because, let's be honest here, there's something very odd about that. There's something very odd about what Diwali said that I want to go over.
True. We were all on edge waiting for you to get back.
And yet you somehow managed to come out unscathed with Her Highness in tow.
You make it sound like it was easy. Well, easy or not, it was worth going on board. I got plenty of useful info out of it. So funny enough, I'd say their invitation worked to my benefit more than theirs.
I guess there's no harm in looking at the positives now that all's said it. Look at you, acting mature and all grown up.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna go on peacefully. I'm gonna, you know, try to act natural, try to get a tour around the ship, try to talk to them. But I'm also gonna be, you know, casually making conversation with some of the big commanders in the provincial armies, like Crow and Vulcan. And some of the Ouroboros special ops, and some of the Ouroboros dudes, which yeah, and or, you know, Lemon Special Forces they call them, because they're really starting to seem more and more like it, especially with how, again, just, you know, I explained at the beginning, where they were just very, they operate way more like a military regiment than, or like a military spec ops detachment than, Secret Society, especially with the way that they were just super, like, they base, especially with how they favor brutality and, you know, just bloodlust over everything.
Looks like we have some catching up to do.
I'd like to follow Reen's lead and extend my thanks to each of you
Or
as well.
brutality and combat
Thank
capability,
you,
rather.
all of you.
A lot of them do have extreme
And, dear
bloodlust.
brother, it's though I never pictured my great escape would end with you in this airship of all things.
We did time our appearance fabulously, if I do say so myself. My only regret is that we weren't able to blow in with a storm of rose petals when we boarded them. Perhaps I should have asked Emma to look into the feasibility of making such a magnificent entrance.
Hey, the Hexen clan may be, you know, one of the most powerful noble houses in all of Erebonia, but come on, they can only do so much.
Oh man,
Well, it's probably not impossible.
now you're just being silly. Sounds about right for our prince.
Well, at the very least, I'd say we're clear of any immediate danger. And given this opportunity, I'd like to sit down with you to discuss our situation and exchange any pertinent info. But first, I think we have a few more reunions to celebrate.
Reen!
What?
Toa! George! I thought I heard your voices when we started flying away from the Pantagruel.
You bet. Good to see you, Reen.
Whoa!
It's really you. No sooner had we found out that you were still... We've been so...
I'm a real troublemaker. I'm sorry, Toa. But I'm glad everything I've said to you, and it's kept me going.
Oh, you promised me you wouldn't die. We still need to work on that one, but I know you're not the kind of guy who'd go back on...
See? Reen's a guy you can count on.
George Gnome, who we already know about.
Nice to see you're holding up. Still can't...
Good to see you again. But how'd you...
We'll bring you up to speed. There's a conference room on one of the upper floors. We can...
Hopefully we will be able to save here.
Courageous began its independent operations right before Heimdall was first occupied. I realized what the Alliance was planning, so I gathered a skeleton crew, met with Viscount Arcade, and we hurried straight to Trista, where we found your classmates locked in combat with the Azure Knight.
I see. That explains why you're in Trista.
Okay.
I shudder to think what would have happened if not for the Courageous' timely appearance. What have you been doing since then, Father? I hadn't heard anything about your whereabouts until now.
Eventually, we were able to shake off the Azure Knight's pursuit. And we've been traveling around the country ever since, preparing to find you and take you on board.
George and I haven't been here long. The principal managed to get in touch with the Courageous without anyone noticing and sent us here.
He did?
I hope he's still alright. By the way, what happened to Major Vander? You two are always joined at the hip.
Ah, alas, he is currently indisposed. His military obligations have him heading up the 7th Armored Division in Western Erebonia. They're working with your former instructor, Major Neidhart, as well.
With him too? So he's over in the
Ah, okay.
I should have known the 4th Armored Division's 8th.
Oh, right. Dad said he'd heard from him too, remember?
Still, the west side of the country contains Marquis Hyarm's Sutherland Province, along with Duke Cayenne's Lemaire Province. The fighting there would no doubt be even more fierce than it is here in eastern Erebonia.
Correct. A large percentage of the Imperial Army's military strength still remains intact. But the Noble Alliance forces' constant attacks have put them. On top of that, a number of townships in the region have been caught in the crossfire and suffered great losses.
Dear God.
That's terrible.
It hurt as...
With the 3rd and 4th Armored Divisions occupied on the eastern, one can only assume the Noble Alliance intends to use that as an opportunity to crush the forces in the west.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I bet
So, the entirety of Eastern Erebonia is basically hell on earth right now. And because of that, we were just not even going to try to enter that.
It's too early to call things just yet.
An astute assessment. The situation in the Western Theater could change at a moment's notice.
Right. But that means we're on... And having said that, we have a question to pose to all of you. The question, really. With the whole of the Empire caught in the throes of civil war, what exactly do all of you intend to do from here on out?
Us?
We were in the midst of discussing that when Reen was taken to the Pantagruel, in fact.
I like the Pantagruel a lot more.
This is a full-on war, and our fellow Erebonian countrymen stand on. No one here is delusional enough to think that a group of students like us are capable of stopping it by ourselves. Still, during our field studies, we found ourselves up against the problems this nation faces again and again. And because we have that experience, I believe there's a place for us to change things in all this, a part only we can play. We may not be able to compete head-on with the Alliance, but together, we can move things in the right direction for Erebonia as a whole.
That was wonderful, Reen.
Still, we aren't all gathered here, be it rescuing Elise or settling things with Crow. We've all got something that we personally want to accomplish. But accomplishing those things won't be possible with the situation as it stands.
You know, it feels good that we did sell things with Crow, at least, well, on the ground.
No matter how stacked,
Now, if only we could beat him in the air.
All the difference we possibly can, in whatever way we can. I think I speak for everyone in Class 7 when I say that.
You bet.
I agree completely.
We may all come from different walks of life, but this time, that can...
Exactly. We have something no one else does.
And what kind of class would we be if we didn't take advantage of that to protect the people and things we love?
As well as find our own answers to the questions we have looming over us.
As Reen said, however big or small it is in the long run,
We have a place.
Sounds like it'll be a pain, though.
No biggie. We're class 7. Throw in a few of
Look at you, kid.
You all sound like you've really thought.
That's the class. And you guys aren't the only ones who feel that. Everyone at Thor's has something to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Remember the Academy's motto?
Oh, yeah. That was what Principal Van Dyke said to us at the
The words of Drykel's the Lionheart serve to inspire us to this day, it would seem.
Of course. They ring as true as ever.
I wonder, where's Van Dyck? Is he alright? Surely he's still alive, right? Or is he one of the ones who's dead?
It's true that Thor students are scattered all over the country right now.
I guess
But
we're
I'm
gonna have
sure
to find out
that each
later.
and every one of them are fighting too, and they feel the exact same way that you guys do.
I understand. Your Highness.
Zenzel's been killed.
Indeed. I figured you would have already given it
Some bad
thought.
feeling
Wasn't expecting
tells
such a
me he's been
stirring conviction.
killed.
But I think this at least settles the matter of what course to take.
As you wish. We're about to do something neither side would ever expect us to do. From here on out, the Courageous is yours to command as you see fit.
What?
What?
What? Father.
It means exactly what it sounds like. The operation of this ship will be left. I imagine your journey to make a difference in this.
Well, yes, but
But then what will you do?
We plan to disembark and make our way to the western provinces. Once there, we'll begin working with the 7th Armored Division and the other neutral forces in the region. The intention is to ensure that as few innocents as possible are harmed by this conflict.
I was actually worried this airship might prove a bit too conspicuous.
Okay, so we're gonna be the commanders of the ship going across eastern Erebonia,
leaving all of eastern Erebonia in your hands.
whereas western Erebonia is the unlivable hellhole we cannot go to.
I see. That does make the most logical sense.
Kinda. If we've got the Courageous, we could give our third faction.
I'm not even sure the guild could come up with a plan this wild.
Well, it's... Oh, and Alphen?
So we got control of the UE Navy's flagship all to ourselves now.
I'd like to ask you to remain on board the Courageous as well. This ship is technically the property of the Arner household, fathers in particular. It should give them a certain freedom to act if they have concrete
So you are to remain on the Imperial flagship.
I'd be happy to. Henceforth, I, Princess Alphen Rysei Arnor, will guarantee the legitimacy of their act. So do whatever you see fit to do. You have my full support.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Also, you will be in protective custody on this ship for as... Well, I guess she's in our protective custody now.
Wow!
Which isn't all that bad.
We're truly honored to have...
No. Yeah, seriously.
We hereby humbly accept custody of the Courageous.
Please, leave East...
We'll be counting on you then.
Where is this?
I'm leaving you in charge of the... I don't...
It looks like it is barely managing to not fall into her eyes. Honestly, I like... So, you're now officially a captain of the Imperial Navy. Welcome, Toa. Yeah, it was nice to help out until the guys get back together again. But now that you are, ain't no use to be sticking around. I decided to help out there instead. I did return to command the RMP. I believe that's the best way I could... We understand. Oh boy. That sounds right at all! That's easy, right? Look, we know you're a member of Ouroboros. We know you're a member of the Layman Special Forces. I will always call them that because, you know, in theory, it makes sense when you think about it. Like, you know, again, they operate much more like a special ops military regiment made for destabilizing countries from within than a secret society. See beginning of VOD for details. But, look, we don't care! You're a go! So let's keep in touch, okay? I'm gonna keep gathering as much info as I can. I'm particularly concerned about what's happening in Crossbell. I'm sure that we wouldn't have been able to come this far without your help. We'll work separately from now on. Take care, everyone!
Well then, it's time we bid you all a fond farewell for now. Chin up, Alphen. I'm counting.
May the goddess be with you.
I look forward to the stories you'll have to tell when next we meet, Laura.
Good luck, Father.
Alright. So now we got the Imperial Army's flagship all to ourselves. Like, that will not end badly.
Well, there they... You think they'll be okay on their own?
Only the goddess herself knows for certain. Still, with some already calling this a second advent of the War of the Lions, I can only hope...
Oh, I'm sure they don't bear the symbol of the horned lion for show.
Yeah, and the
but
same
I
goes for me,
just
too.
realized, but...
I can't very well call myself a
Oh,
Thor's
we
alumnus and fail to
lost
deliver.
Sharon.
Well, well, are we birds of a feather? Proud Thor's graduates unite.
I miss Sharon already.
I'll be in touch with them plenty in the coming weeks, so don't worry.
I hope
The
we
old
could
guard
use
will
her
do as it
again at the
must
end
to
of the
keep watch over
game.
Young and vigilant.
Because she was so cool. Like, she was just so useful.
Speaking of the old...
Yes, he was.
Sorry to say, I can't picture it.
Was he now?
He and I may have had our differences, but I still feel a certain loss with his passing. I'd like to express my condolences to you while I have the chance.
I'm afraid I never had the chance to truly get to know him. But there's no doubt in my mind that he was one of the greatest men of our time.
Thank you.
Still, it must be tough for you with Heimdall under the Alliance's thumb. Were you able to find out where his funeral was held?
Actually...
Captain, is something amiss?
It's just that I received a strange report on that very issue. I was told his body was taken into the custody of the... But then after that, it simply disappeared at some point.
What?
Disappeared, you say?
Is it possible the reformist faction could have taken it from them?
I'm afraid I don't know. It is possible that the intelligence division did something to that effect.
A disappearing corpse is certainly cause for concern. It's difficult not to draw parallels with the Lance Maiden's sudden death following the War of the Lions.
Unbelievable. I'm almost impressed how much trouble one man can stir up, even from beyond the grave. He had so many plots in motion, I doubt even his death put a stop to them all.
See? You can tell how much Oliver hates, absolutely loathes even. Actually, I would straight up just call it despises Goliath Osborne. You gotta ask themselves, are they really that different from the Imperial Liberation Front? I mean, other than, you know, the Imperial Liberation Front's brutal ways of doing things.
No
and,
change
you
in
know,
weather or wind direction since entering Kreutzen provincial airspace.
And, you know, Duke Cayenne's crazy, crazy over-the-top, cartoonishly evil, methods at times. Honestly, they're not that different, you know, other than, you know, again, Cayenne being a little too brutal.
We are currently cruising at a speed of 3,000 SPH. Nothing abnormal detected on the radar.
Detour around the Twin Dragons Bridge, staying within the clouds. Take extra care that we aren't noticed by the Noble Alliance's surveillance.
Yes? Wow. She's a real natural at this.
Yeah, it's hard to believe she's only been in the position for a day.
Yeah.
Indeed. She has proved a worthy captain in Father's place.
And best of all, the Imperial Navy's flagship hasn't crashed yet.
As if anyone could fit the role better than our student council president.
And the Imperial Navy just... like, I find it weird that the Imperial Navy just signed off on this. Like, they just looked... like, the Imperial Army just looked over and was like, yeah, we'll let you hand a bunch of kids... We'll let you hand the flagship to a bunch of Thor's students who are probably, you know, the youngest living... who would probably be like the youngest living captain to ever command a flagship. Like, you know, we'll just let you do that. What could possibly go wrong? Like, that's kind of how I feel the exchange went. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
She still looks like a mascot character, though.
That's just one of her many charms.
Yeah, and besides, I can feel at ease knowing she's in charge. So, today's the day we start our journey anew, right?
Right. We settled what we'll be doing last night.
So can I finally save?
Oh, you kid. I lost the will to put in any effort.
You slacker.
I'm pleased that you think so.
Maybe Laura can hook you up with a one-on-one lecture on the Arcade School of Court.
I was kidding. In all seriousness, if you need more people, just don't forget that the Courageous was entrusted to you kids. If you want my advice, then you got it. But you need to be able to...
Why did they handle... I'm just gonna say this right now. They entrusted the Imperial Navy's flagship, the flagship of the Imperial Navy of Erebonia, the Courageous, the UES Courageous, to a bunch of Thor's students. I know this is a big deal. I know it makes it sound like a big deal, but usually you will want, you know, a pilot who's a captain who's at least, you know, like in their 20s, late 20s to like 30s, commanding the flagships. Like, not gonna lie.
Of course.
You almost sound like an instructor for once.
Then again, you know, Erebonia has fallen. So, you know, with the Imperial government completely collapsed and Erebonia, you know, now a fallen empire with the whole Civil War thing going on, I think, you know, the fall of Erebonia and, you know, the Civil War pretty much resulted in them getting that desperate to the point of just genuinely just being like, you know what, we don't care. We'll just hand over the flagship to a bunch of students and hope it goes well.
Getting back to the matter at hand, we don't need to decide everything right at this moment. What say you to figuring out how and what for now?
Come again?
I assume what would be our overall goal, and the how would...
It's a little trick we use in the student council. It's easier to get motivated when you have a specific goal in mind.
You guys were doing the same kind of thing in the
We did spend a lot of time before and during the festival working.
Not to mention taking care of the things we couldn't plan, like the strange stuff at the old schoolhouse.
Yeah, indeed. We did a lot of that.
We were coordinating with all of the other classes and clubs at the same time, too.
Yep, and there's the Countess with her big meaty sword.
When you break it down step by step, we did so much without even realizing it. And we may have our own personal goals right now, but if we can wrap those up into one overarching goal, it won't seem...
How about making it something related to the Academy itself, then?
Now, I was thinking the exact same thing.
I wonder what's happening there.
Toa, George. The Academy is currently under the Noble Alliance's control, right?
That's right. The staff and students who are there are doing what they can, but...
As you know, during the attack, a lot of the students managed to flee Trista and are now scattered across the country.
Yep.
All right then. I think our what should be taking back the academy.
That sounds good to me. The Courageous will serve as a good means of transport, but we'll need a proper base sooner or later.
But with it, we can get a better look at the current state of things in Erebonia and try.
And whatever information we learn
Yeah,
along the
exactly.
way could bring us that much closer to liberating the academy.
Can't see taking it back going that smoothly, though.
No doubt. It's near the capital, so its defenses are going to be rock solid.
Still, I like it.
Indeed. Regardless of personal motivations, I can't think of an objective more fitting to us as a group.
And if we actually manage to achieve it, the sky's the limit for us.
Yep, exactly. Makes it scuffing a bit. Because GPU freaking out.
I'm genuinely moved by your positivity.
Well,
Oh,
your
that's
optimism
a
is
down
probably
horrendous
their strongest
princess.
We were thinking of something along the same lines, in fact, so it works out. And hey, if we all thought about it, what's to stop the up? So if you happen to bump into anyone who escaped from the academy, why not go and ask them to join us? I'm not saying it has to be your primary focus or anything, but the more people we have on our side, the better.
Of course!
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we'll be sure.
We have about the bare minimum crew we need to fly at the moment, but it's not like this is their full-time job. I'm sure our current staff won't be here forever, so we're gonna need a few extra hands on board at some point. Ideally, we could have whoever's here now stick around long enough to train anyone we end up recruiting.
Yeah.
I know our numbers are small right now, but the more
Yeah, that's
people
the
we can
problem,
get on
is
our
that
side, the
the
higher chance we
Imperial
stand of making
flagship
Trista and the academy our home again.
is that, you see, the Imperial Navy's flagship, the Courageous, doesn't do a whole hell of a lot in the front lines. So all the main frontline ships, everyone's diverted to main frontline ships, and thus the crew that was dedicated to maintain the only Flame Leviathan class assault cruiser, high-speed assault cruiser, the UES Courageous, the flagship of Erebonia and the Erebonian Navy, was basically gutted. So, yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I get this weird sense of satisfaction knowing that we students are gonna be the ones to do it.
I know the feeling, actually. Everything works for me.
I'd say that's our how decided, wouldn't you?
Agreed. To wrap all this up, we'll use the Courageous as our base, and as a way to get a good idea of the current state of things in Eastern Erebonia. Along the way, we'll try to recruit as many fellow Thor students, all for the sake of our primary goal, taking back Thor.
Yep. I wonder where we're gonna land the Courageous, though. I mean, these airships can stay in the air indefinitely. I mean, orbital energy does self-regenerate over time. And, you know, it thus it can, you know... And thus, you know, refueling will not be a problem. You know, it has indefinite operation time. You know, it does have indefinite operation time. So that is not going to be a big issue. So, you know, fuel is not going to be a big issue with the UES Courageous. What is gonna be a big issue, though, is, like, what's gonna be the huge issue with the UES Courageous and with, you know, all that is gonna be finding people to maintain it. Oh my god, the cutscene is so long here. Alright. What? I'm just skipping through this because honestly, I just want to get to a point where I could save. Oh my god, I can't save here? Are you kidding me right now? Like, that drives me up the wall. I do not like that. The game could have done a way better job at that. Like, seriously, I love this game. I love it. But one thing that I do not like is there's some serious pacing issues, a little bit here and there. And also the fact that you cannot save. We know how the orbital factory works, sir. And there's the hangar. Unfortunately, you know, one thing I do will say about the Alright, let's go beat the monster up. Sabak, get right! Alright. Delka would be proud. Oh, and just one thing. About the sidecar. It was roughed up pretty badly, so... That's a shame. It is, but what can you do? Really? I know how to ride the orbital bike. The tutorial spam is really annoying. Sorry, I got... I get frustrated very quickly. But yeah, about the plan they mentioned, that's very worrying. Because you see, Ouroboros, what appears, which is what, is because you see, the fact that Ouroboros, what appears to be some kind of special forces ops unit, for some kind of nation that is disguised as a secret society, and is by far made up of the most insane, unstable soldiers you will ever find in any faction whatsoever. And the Noble Alliance, the faction that hates Gilliam Osborne and hates everything that Goliath Osborne stands for because of his twisted agendas and all that he has done. Which again, Reen, you should really side with the Noble Alliance, and you know, maybe you wouldn't have your "Are we the baddies" moment in the end. You know, teaming up to do something big like that, there's definitely something they're playing. I'm not so sure what it is, but I don't like it. Alright. Saintly. On Skype. Actually, no. Yeah. How the hell do I get... Where the hell do we go? Okay. How the hell do we go? Alright. Yeah, we can't do it tonight, I guess. Which is really stupid, but whatever. I will say though, it is very good that we're back on the UE Navy's flagship. Like that does feel very good. But anywho, we're gonna be calling it here. Alright. So that was pretty much it for this stream. Oh, man. This is a lot of fun. This particular, like, this particular, we had quite a bit of, we got quite a bit done here. So, first up, yeah, we completely managed to rescue Alberea. Yes, that's right. Shadow the Hedgehog is back on our team. And because Shadow the Hedgehog is back, we don't have to worry about him anymore. However, we were attacked by two Ouroboros guys. The most insane and dangerous of them, the, McBurn, aka the barely human dude who was injected with tons of, like, ogre virus to basically turn him into, semi-human at best. And, basically made him just go nearly insane. And Duvali. But we did manage to easily defeat Duvali, though McBurn did manage to get away. Well, both of them got away, but McBurn did at least manage to, run off before Duvali did. Duvali, on the other hand, she was completely obliterated. And so after that, after that, of course, Ymir was immediately invaded by the Noble Alliance, who immediately sent the Supreme Colonial of the Lemaire Provincial Army, Crow Armburst, aka Reen's big rival, down to meet him. And Reen got his ass kicked very easily because, again, this is a very highly trained warrior from, the Provincial Army who fought tooth and claw to get where he was now. After Jirai went through all the stuff it did due to Goliath Osborne bombing the tracks and then trying to accuse them of all sorts of stuff and just be super unfair to them. Like versus somebody who barely has any experience at all and was basically just thrown into the situation he finds himself in now. So, yeah, he absolutely beat us very good. But, at least we, hey, at least we didn't make it to the Panagrul and find out quite a bit about not only each of the Supreme Colonels, who, after hearing their stories and after hearing the absolute nightmare that Crow had to go through at the hands of Osborne, I can't stand Goliath Osborne at all anymore. Like, no wonder the Noble Alliance and/or Imperial Liberation Front fought so hard to kill the guy and bring him down. Like, dear God, he is pure evil. Like, there's no other way to describe him other than just pure and total evil. Like, that guy is just disgusting. But it doesn't justify any of what the Noble Alliance did, taking Heimdall hostage and all. But, it really does show just how bad the Reformists are in comparison. Like, sure, the Noble Alliance did a bunch of bad things that are irredeemable and highly morally objectionable, but But overall, it was they are absolutely leagues better than the Reformists. The Reformists, there's something not right about those guys at all. They're up to something real bad, especially the Ironbloods. I cannot trust any of them. And honestly, I will talk about the Iron. Yeah, I cannot trust the Ironbloods at all. There's something very wrong with those dudes. And also, there's something seriously wrong with them. Don't trust any of them. Not even Milliam. Okay, I do trust Milliam a bit, but that's the side point. But yeah, and we also learned that apparently Supreme Colonel Scarlet has a heart. Yeah, this apparently the highest ranking commander below Duke Alberea in the entire Croydon Provincial Army has a heart. And I didn't even know she had one because honestly I thought she was a cold-blooded calculating commander type, not a girl with a big heart who likes to drink tea and just be super cozy with people type. And, for as much as they are the noble's favorite force to go to when asking for favors or asking for political opposition to be eliminated, Zephyr's owners are such sweethearts. Like, they genuinely care. Like, they genuinely care about, they care so much about Fee. Like, they did abandon her and throw her out, but it seems to be over a misunderstanding a long time ago. Like, that's what I get from it. Yeah, like I definitely trust. They're pretty cool. They're all right. Oh, sorry, I was just absent-minded there for a bit. I was checking something. Oh, there we go. I'm back. All right. But yeah, she's all right. She has a big heart. Scarlet does. And as for who else? Oh yeah, Zephyr. That's right, Zephyr. For as the guys were primarily paid and contracted by nobles to get rid of opposition, big and small. I thought they would be, absolutely nasty to us, but no, they're actually really, really friendly. And a little overprotective of Fee, and tried to assume that Reen was a perv, which kind of isn't cool. But then again, so did Altina. So maybe they aren't the first ones to do that. I don't know. Maybe the Noble Alliance just generally thinks he's a perv. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But yeah. And then we get to the Ouroboros guys. My interaction with both of them made me dislike them even more. Except for Phantom Thief B. Phantom Thief B is just so cool. Like, I don't know. Like, sure, he's bad? Like, it's kind of like Phantom Thief Budabunk. You're a bad guy. But that does not mean you're a bad guy. You know, like, he's a villain, yes, but he's cool. If that makes any sense. So, like, you know, he's very lovable. He's very showy, and I just find that like, and he's the most respectable member of Ouroboros, as he is one as he and Sharon Kruger are the only two that do not seem either completely out of this world bonkers and completely insane to an extreme degree. Yeah, they seem to be the most mentally stable and the most well-adjusted of the two of the Ouroboros in general. Like they seem to be the most stable of them. Whereas the rest of them are just insane. Like either and you know that really confirms my suspicions that the level that they promote based on darkness, background trauma, um, instability, evil tendencies, and just a bloodlust alone really shows that these guys are not a serious secret society. They're some kind of special forces op. That Ouroboros is some kind of special forces op from some other nation, Zemuria, that is trying that was created for the sole purpose of weakening every other nation and making them easier to annex. And I definitely suspect it's Suleiman. As far as my theory is concerned, like I definitely suspect it's Suleiman because they have a military dictator, and the Grandmaster is a military leader, and oftentimes is also kind of implied that she's a dictator. That she's like a big military leader, but the Grandmaster is also implied to have a higher master above them, like a boss who is telling her what to do. So it's kind of like, and that boss would be whoever's in charge of the country, whoever's in charge of Le Mans, whoever that Supreme General or whatever his name is, Supreme Brigadier General, I guess. I don't know. I'm just thinking to myself again. But anywho, or rather, I'm just going off on a tangent again. But yeah, yeah. The other two were all sorts of insane. Duvali, though Duvali was genuine at least. Like, she seemed to have a bit of a heart, but at the same time, there was some obvious instability there. Whereas McBurn was just completely. There was no sanity there whatsoever. He lost it a long time ago. But we did get the down horrendous princess out there, all safe and sound. So, hey, at least at least we won in that way. And we beat Crow on foot. That is. So yeah, pretty good so far. Except for number one. They didn't even leave anyone to supervise anyone with the Imperial Navy's flagship in their hands. Like, it wouldn't be so bad if the Courageous was like, a lower class or like a lower level ship used for like spec ops purposes. But this is the Imperial Navy's flagship we're talking about here. Uh, and they just straight up just gave it to a bunch of students and didn't even think about it? Like, they were like, just, oh, give the high-speed command cruiser to, these guys. And not even have a second thought about it. Like, yeah, that just doesn't add up. Like, I don't know. I just, yeah, no. Uh, yeah, I don't like that at all. And then there's the whole matter of, oh, what else was there the whole matter of? Oh, yeah, that's right. The plan that Duvali mentioned. Like, I don't know. That's very weird. That's very concerning because that does confirm my first theory, my first big theory that Ouroboros and Noble Alliance have some plan they're working towards, some plan that benefits them both that they're trying to achieve. And that is all sorts of very concerning to me. Like that just I don't know. That I'm getting bad juju from that, is all I'm gonna say. Um, yeah, that's very worrying because then that means what is this plan? What is the overall plan here that they're trying to achieve? And I think that's gonna be the big focus going on now, is figuring out the plan, or at least one of them. Though another big focus is again recruiting more people to the flagship. Because so yeah, um, because yeah, we need more people to help manage it. The current crew we have is the bare minimum to actually operate it. And yeah, that's pretty much it there. But again, they left the Imperial flagship to a bunch of students. Like, they didn't even like leave anyone to supervise them or anything. They just decided, oh, you'll be trusted with the Imperial flagship. Don't crash it. And that's it. I don't know. It seems very irresponsible. Seems like I don't like that. I don't like that idea. Seems very irresponsible and just I don't know. Then again, they are pretty short on staff. I mean, most of the people, a lot of the Navy was killed in like in the Civil War. A lot of the Navy was already killed. So maybe it was just because they had so few officers left that every officer that was still alive was being, redirected to, to combat ships, and was basically forced to give up being on the flagship altogether. That's pretty much my thoughts. That's pretty much my thoughts on why they took this route, as far as that's concerned. But yeah, so now, but yeah, we're now on our own, and of course, there is no more Sharon, no more Alver, no more Arcade, and Tobal is gone from the picture too. And now our big focus is, of course, seeking out more students and eventually organizing a coup to take back Trista from the noble faction and turn it into our new uh, home base for the Crimson Wings movement. Which, by the way, the Crimson Wings movement also hates Goliath Osborne, as is shown numerous times by Alver Reese Arnor. Alver Reese Arnor absolutely hates the guy. Like, he feels a loss, but he hates the guy deep down. And and a lot of his dialogue really shows that. Only, the difference between Crimson Wings and Noble Alliance is that Noble Alliance is far less ethical and just very brutal in their ways of doing things. Like, they are fighting for a just cause. They realize the Imperial Liberation Front or Noble faction was the first to realize that, Goliath Osborne is absolutely evil and needs to be stopped. But they did take things a little too far, you know. Not gonna lie. Like, they did take things a little too far. Whereas Crimson Wings, on the other hand, they hate Goliath Osborne too, but they are far less brutal. So yeah. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I'm gonna say there. But yeah, what am I gonna say? Oh yeah, that's right. What will I be doing tomorrow? Tomorrow I might either be doing more of this, or more Lababi Corporation, or even start Trails of the Sky. Just kidding. I'm not gonna start Trails of the Sky until after this game's completed. Then I'll start Trails of the Sky. Because I cannot run either of the two Unreal Engine 4 games yet. I'm saving those for, I'm saving the Unreal Engine 4 games, Cold Steel 3, Cold Steel 4, and Reverie for when I have the new PC. So yeah. After this game's finished, I'll be going back to the earlier games and revisiting some of those a bit. And seeing how all that does. Because Trails seems to be doing real well on my channel. So perhaps, I'll definitely be focusing on that as like my big series, as like one of my big franchises overall. It's just because Trails does very well. Like the Crossbell arc, like the Cold Steel 1 did pretty well. Cold Steel 2's doing pretty well now, and that gives me more incentive to stream it more. So yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna be hitting Trails pretty hard. Um, And we'll see what the rest of the week holds. There's a lot of schedule stuff that is being redone. Specifically on Sarah Dynamite's end, they are completely restructuring their schedule. So, the rest of the week after Tuesday is not quite determined. I will try to figure out, what's going on. But yeah, rest of the week after Tuesday, it's up in the air. That's all I'm gonna say. But anyway, I gotta go. I can't stay here forever. You pretty much know the drill. So thank you all for watching this wonderful stream here. Have for the rest of the day, night, week, whatever. And I will see you all tomorrow for either more of this or more Wababi Corp, depending on how I'm feeling. So yeah, good night, everyone. Stay classy, everyone, and good night. And I will see you all tomorrow for more Trails of Cold Steel 2, or Wababi Corp, depending on what I'm feeling like. So yeah, see you there, everyone.